ただいまより世界
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. Diverse guests will talk about the waterfront all over the world, and DAY1 is from Aichi University from the Global Convention Hall. If things were as they should be, we would have wanted you all to come to this venue and to create this international, but with COVID-19, we have suddenly decided to hold this mainly online. And the 3-day conference can be watched over YouTube and Zoom. For the details, please go to the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020 official website. Now, we would like to move forward. First, from the International Canal Forum, Chair of the Executive Committee, we'd like to have a few words from Nobuhiro Okuno.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your kind introduction. I am Okino. International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020 would like to welcome participants from around the country and around the world. Since the Industrial Revolution, canals in cities around the world served as a most important urban infrastructure that supported life and livelihood. Fast forward several centuries, canals are again becoming valuable assets that revitalizes urban cities of the 21st century. The second national spatial strategy adopted by the government in 2015 has positioned Nagoya as the state-of-the-art manufacturing hub that is strongest in the world. Eyeing the completion of the linear Central Shinkansen, it is also expected to serve as the core city in the super mega region concept set forth by the government. In Nagoya, there are two major canals. One is Horikawa, that was fundamental to the success of Nagoya Castle Town, and the other is Nakagawa Canal, that was indispensable for the development of modern industries. It is a great source of joy and pride to witness the endeavor initiating in Nagoya to make the best use of canals to promote diversity and intellect, and to create a sustainable society. This event is an outcome of years of conceptualization and preparation by Canal, made possible by generous support by a number of businesses, organizations, and the government sector in and out of the country. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks for your support. We wish we could meet face to face, but I would like to close my remarks by hoping for all of the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, the hosting city, Nagoya City's mayor, Takashi Kawamura, has sent us a message, and I would like to read it out in his place. Congratulations on holding the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. To everyone who worked so hard to make this possible, starting with the Nagoya Canal Art, I offer my deepest gratitude. At this forum, many experts from both within and outside Japan, and local businesses, and many others are taking part. This, I feel, is because so many people are enthusiastic about how they want to develop the waterside in cities in the future and what they want it to be like. At Nagoya City, to revitalize the Nakagawa Canal, about 9 years ago, we drew up the Nakagawa Canal Revitalization Plan, and based on this plan, aiming for a canal where people can relax, feel enriched, and have a good time, we are moving forward with our efforts. This forum will host discussions from a global perspective, and for the waterside and Nakagawa Canal, considered #1 in the Orient when it was built and the pride of Nagoya, This is an opportunity to seek possibilities for waterside areas and the future, and promises to be extremely meaningful. Going forward, in Nagoya, the Maglev Chuo Shinkansen Canal and other waterside areas. Takashi Kawamura, Mayor of Nagoya. That was a message from the mayor. And next, starting with Nakagawa Canal, the manager of the port of Nagoya, the governor of Aichi Prefecture, Omura Hideaki, has sent us a message. I would like to read it out in his place. Hello to everyone taking part today. I am the president of the Nagoya Port Authority, the governor of Aichi Prefecture, Hideaki Omura. With the outlook for COVID-19 unclear, globally, the situation remains extremely tough. But thanks to efforts by the organizers, such as holding this forum online, it has become possible to hold this International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. And I would like to offer my heartfelt congratulations. The Nagoya Port Authority manages the Nakagawa Canal since 1932, when it began full operations. The canal has supported this region's development as the main artery for water transportation. But since the late 1960s, logistics have undergone change, switching from water to overland transportation. Therefore, in 2012, based on these changes, we drew up the Nakagawa Canal Revitalization Plan with our revitalization philosophy and policies. Under the revitalization plan, while respecting the history of the Nakagawa Canal, we aim to find new value and roles, to be reborn as a canal that offers a place to relax, feel enriched, and have a good time. Along the Nakagawa Canal, we have been attracting cafe restaurants and other festive facilities, improving water quality through water circulation with the neighboring Horikawa River, advancing efforts for revitalization. Lastly, I hope that the wisdom and discussions of all canal and waterfront-related participants today will lead to further promotion of future canal revitalization. Hideaki Omura, Governor of Aichi Prefecture. That was a message from the governor. Next, from the United Nations Center for Regional Development, we would like to invite the director, Kazushige Endo, to give us a few words.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I am Endo of UNCRD. Dr. Okuno, the member of the steering committee of this forum, participants, guests, and audience. Congratulations on the opening of the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. Back in 2019, in the summertime, I was invited to this forum. UNCRD, during the period of rapid economic development in Japan in the 60s, was created to share the development model with developing countries. UNCRD has enjoyed a close relationship with International Canal Forum over the years. It is a great source of joy to be able to deliver some remarks at the outset of the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. I would like to share with you two important points. One is about SDGs and city planning and regional development. Now I would like to put up my slides. Back in 2019, in the summertime, I was given an invitation to this event. That was also the time when SDGs have been drawing much attention in Nagoya, Toyohashi, and other municipalities, because Nagoya has been and its neighboring cities have been selected as the future cities under the banner of SDGs. And Canal was already positioned as a key word for sustainable development. As many of you are aware, Nakagawa Canal connects Sasajima and Nagoya Port. Socioeconomic development demanded good use of Nakagawa Canal, and that has been the story of Nakagawa canals. The graph shows the transportation via Nakagawa Canal. Back in 1960s, the amount of cargo passage peaked at about 4 million tons. 7 years later, in 1971, UNCRD was established in Nagoya. As mentioned at the outset, the aim of UNCRD is to share Japan's successful development model with developing countries. And Nakagawa Canal was hence included as within the scope of research of UNCRD. And I believe that many visited Nakagawa Canal back then. Around that time, I also learned that UNCRD was established in Nagoya thanks to the invitation by the industry leaders within this region. In late April, about 1 month ago, I had an opportunity to travel from Sasagawa to Matsujima Lock. And visiting the sites, I learned of the deterioration of water quality from Showa to Heisei period. Pumping for circulation of water and sophisticated water filtration technologies have been employed to improve the water quality, and that was something that I learned when I had occasion to visit this area at the end of April. And initiatives and projects related to Nakagawa Canal symbolizes the importance of SDGs and its key roles in sustainable city planning. This is part of the development projects and measures that included the revitalization of Nakagawa Canal. By revitalizing the canal, SDGs goals 6 and 8 are believed to be achieved, such as clean water and sanitation and decent work and economic growth. An International Canal Forum was postponed by full 1 year due to the pandemic, during which period Japan and other countries have faced challenge of the pandemic. And from the viewpoint of SDGs, I would like to make some comments. In 2020, some 150 people were sunk into poverty, and the eradication of poverty has delayed by 3 years. Also, 1 million people is now in abject poverty, in addition to the fact that as many as 160 million people have lost jobs, with 1.6 billion children not being able to go to school. Regions and countries around the world now face the need to enhance cooperation and collaboration, and against this backdrop, this forum is being held in a very timely manner. UNCRD's expectation for this forum is written on this slide. And this is an excerpt from our homepage as well. Revitalization of Nagoya Canal can provide a good model from which people and countries around the world can learn a lot. Know-hows and learnings can provide a bread for thought for developing countries facing similar sets of challenges. Now, I would like to turn on to water and culture and their relationship to each other. This is one of the events UNCRD has organized. In February 2020, at GRIPS, we have organized International Symposium on Water and Culture. And we are one of the organizing member of this symposium. This was also the time when UNCRD opened its Tokyo office. Soon after, the International Canal Forum was slated to be organized, but it had to be postponed by 1 full year. 260 participants from 43 countries has attended the symposium to look into the heritage of and about water and cultural formation via water were the themes of the symposium. As shown on this slide, Their Imperial Highness have attended the symposium. Emperor and Empress were present. And the topic of the symposium was water and culture. Emperor have attended a number of international events on water in the past. This is an event held 2003 or 18 years ago. This is the World Water Forum held in Kyoto. He made a memorial speech on waterways connecting Kyoto and local regions. Back in Nara and Heian periods, people paid homage to the center of the country. And from the east of the country, payments and taxes have been delivered to the east side of Biwa Lake, and from the west of the country, those homage have been paid to the end of the Yodo River. Those of you interested can find his speech online. The fourth World Water Forum was also attended by the Emperor. then as the Crown Prince. On that occasion, he discussed Edo and water transport and gave a very good overview of the wetland and people's close connection to water. Fourth, I would like to share with you some excerpts from the memorial speech by the Emperor. From 1983, for 2 years, I had an occasion to study at Oxford University in UK, to study the Thames in the 18th century. That was the period of Industrial Revolution and the accompanied sprawling of the London city. I studied what an important role played by the canal through the observation of the renovation and outfitting of the Thames River. There, I was particularly impressed by the locks that have been installed along the river. And at the very end, SDG-based city planning and canals around the world are to be discussed at the international forum and wishing for the success of this forum. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
続きまして、世界運河会議。
Next, from the International Canal Forum Nagoya, we'd like to call on the chairman of the planning committee, Eizo Hidashima, to explain about the purpose of this forum. So I serve as the chairman of the planning committee for the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. I would like to explain about the purpose of this forum for about 20 minutes. Initially, the Nakagawa Unga Canal Art Company started to plan this, and then we set up a planning committee and executive committee, which led to our holding this meeting today. And the leader of this area, with everyone who's related, and to the planning committee, there are people from all over the world who are well versed in these kinds of things, and they have become committee members. When I first heard about this, the Nakagawa Canal, which is quite lonely, and I thought holding that as the theme of a symposium is quite a big thing. I thought maybe we just have an internal party and that would be it. However, with COVID-19, this has become an online forum. And as I heard yesterday, a very large number of people have been applied to listen in. So many people regarding the waterfront or regarding the Nagoya waterfront have great interest. Once again, I was able to recognize this. The canal or the waterfront, we want to make it better. There are people who are working hard every day to do this. Individuals or corporations, or members of the local governments, administration, or since olden times, or some quite recently. There are a variety of different people. Personally, I am studying civil engineering, and the Horikawa and Nakagawa Canal, I have been dreaming of this area becoming more lively. And I do some sports on the water. And landscape researchers and consultants, we ask them to hold guides over the water. A variety of people are trying to improve the waterfront situation. And of course, the administrative organizations are important members. Sometimes They cannot come to the forefront, but the Nakagawa Canal, which is said to be #1 in the Orient, they have managed to protect this and bring it this far. And they have played an important role. There's no doubting that. From today until the day after tomorrow, wonderful and diverse guests will join us for lively discussions. Over these 3 days, I would like to show you the overall structure. And this timetable, I believe you have it in front of you as well. Today and tomorrow and the day after, broadly speaking, the contents are different. Today, this is like the introduction, the Nakagawa Canal, and what are canals? We want lots more people to recognize this. This is the day for doing that. To be more specific, we are now moving forward with the opening session, but after this, from New York, the waterfront has been brought back to life by BIG, and Dr. Kai will give us the keynote lecture. And the International Canal Forum Nagoya, we have been holding a lot of pre-meetings, and what Dr. Kai had to say, I was unable to listen in. But I understand that what he has to say is extremely interesting, and I look forward to hearing from him today. And today, this afternoon, we have the opening discussions, 1 and 2. Number 1 is regarding waterfront cosmology, art, consciousness, and the future. From Hosei University, we have Professor Jinnai, and we have a lot of other interesting participants to give us a wonderful discussion. And opening discussion 2. This is from JAPIC. There's an organization, and JAPIC is hosting this discussion, and this is for the Nakagawa Canal and for a variety of infrastructure across Japan. We will be discussing what we should do. They have been making proposals as an organization, and they have planned this discussion number 2, and regarding what should we do about Nakagawa Canal. They are probably going to give us a lot of proposals that we can think about. And day 2, tomorrow, on Saturday, May the 22nd, we have 3 sessions planned. The first is art and creativity, and the second is urban strategy starting from the waterfront, and number 3 is waterfront management supported by citizens and businesses. And all of these sessions have globally famous or extremely interesting canal or waterfront revitalization examples and people who were involved. And domestically, we have some Japanese cases as well. Through all of this, regarding each theme, theme by theme, regarding the future canal and waterfront ideal, we will have a discussion regarding what we need to do, and we are sure, great expectations that this will lead to new wisdom. In principle, the chair or the vice chair will be from the planning committee. In the past, with COVID-19, this meeting has been postponed for a year, and spending a long time, we've been doing the planning to come up with the contents that we think are going to be interesting. And the International Canal Forum, another thing that's important is it's not government-led. It's led by the citizens, the general people. Diverse people are involved. On day 3, in the morning, we will have a diversity session. In particular, Nagoya's waterfront, Nakagawa Canal, people who are actually involved will be holding the discussions. And based on their actual experience, I have expectations that, again, new. And in the afternoon from 1 p.m., we will have the final session, the Archi session, Everyone's Canal. We have a variety of things prepared. The future of Nakagawa Canal is being depicted. And we'd like you to take a look at these pictures and think about how you would like to see the Nakagawa Canal develop and change. And lastly, from 3 p.m., we will have the summary meeting and the declaration. not limited to the Nakagawa Canal, but targeting canals across the world. We would like to send out a declaration. And regarding the Nakagawa Canal and the waterfront of Nagoya, we would like to move forward with proposals. In this way, after completing these 3 days, we hope that beyond that, the discussions will continue. In other words, the significance of the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020, one is it is citizens-led, as I mentioned earlier on. And in particular, regarding Nagoya, this is a plan for revitalization after World War II. This went very well. And since then, in Nagoya, the local government has served as the leader, and it's gone very well regarding urban planning as a city. However, on the other hand, the voice of the citizens, it's very difficult for this to be heard. We believe that the foundations for that was set. And the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020, this is not government-led or administration-led. So through this, between the citizens and the administration, we hope that we can come up with a combination of actions and events by citizens and infrastructure by the administration. We hope that this can be combined together well. And we need to think about budget allocation. We need to think about the timing of the execution. And regarding all of this, new wisdom will, through this forum, be born. Those are the great expectations that I have. And I do hope that everyone listening in online would like you to think about this for yourself. The Nakagawa Canal and the waterfront, regarding this, each and every one of us, what can I do? Please think about that. And on the 24th, the day after the forum is over, what will you be doing? Please look back and think about the next step and move forward. If you could do that, I would be grateful. So that's the purpose of the International Canal Forum. And at the risk of being repetitive, this is online, which means that a lot of discussion may seem like it's one way. So your questions, your opinions, we would be extremely happy to listen to them. And we'd like to react to your questions and opinions. So over YouTube, over Zoom, I think you are watching over those. And please utilize the chat function and send in your questions and comments. Or after that is fine. Canal Art Nakagawa Canal Art Secretariat would be happy to take your questions and opinions. And I do hope that this discussion will continue. And with that, I would like to end my explanation of the purpose. So these 3 days, we hope this is going to be intellectual and that you will be able to take part without being too official. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Eizo Hideshima of International Canal Forum Nagoya, Secretary General. So we are now starting the 3-day forum. As has been already pointed out, we are welcoming a range of guests with a range of topics. Please do enjoy the event. And those of you watching this program are an important part of this forum in its creation. Now, from 11 a.m., we will be having a keynote speech by Kai Uwe Bergman, and we will have a brief break.
本日は世界運河会議名古
Thank
屋
you very much for your tuning in to International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. 3-day event is available real time on Zoom and YouTube. Please pay visit to the official homepage of the event. It is now 11 a.m. Japan time, and we are currently working on the organization. And please allow several more minutes for some technical adjustments.
皆様お待たせいたしました。
Thank you very much for your patience. We would now like to start the program of Day1, Living. We will be welcoming guests from around the world who love the waterfront, believe in its potentials in driving city revitalization. We would now like to welcome Dr. Kai-Uwe Bergman for keynote lecture. Professor Shin Murakami of Sugiyama University of Sugiyama University will introduce the keynote speaker. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I am Murakami of Sugiyama University. Canal art and waterfront themed forum is being co-organized by Canal art, and I'm one of the directors of the organizer. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Bergman. There is a reason that I was selected as the person to introduce him. Under the pandemic, the world has been locked down. But before the pandemic, I routinely used to take 10 or more international business trips. And in 2009, I went to Copenhagen to research housing complex. And on that occasion, I had an opportunity to visit BIG. Back then, BIG was still fledgling, even though it is now a renowned major company. Back in 2006, VM House, an innovative housing complex, was first awarded a prestigious award. And it was the very first big project of BIG, suggesting that it is such a rising star in the industry. And Mountain Dwellings is another housing complex that was designed and engineered by BIG. And to this day, I have considered it as a very important material for a textbook, and Mountain Dwellings was introduced in a textbook that I compiled. On that occasion, I truly felt that BIG is a firm that is so promising, full of potentials. And I was impressed by its potentialities. It was a firm that has a library corner that has lots of manga and animations or cartoon books. And it also had a kanji, meaning big, put on the wall. And he told me what the kanji meant to me, which I didn't have to be lectured about that kanji. But that was quite symbolic of the motto of BIG. In over 20 countries across the world, BIG has a range of projects employing several hundreds of professionals. It is now a global name, and Dr. Kai-Uwe Bergman is the partner of BIG. He is one of the principal members of the firm. hitting several hundreds of engineers across the world. In 1969, Kai was born in Germany, in fact. In 2006, when BIG was first awarded its first big prize, and that was the year when he joined BIG, or BRK Ingalls Group. And with this, I would like to conclude my introduction of Dr. Bergman. Thank you very much, Professor. And finally, we would now like to welcome Dr. Kai Uwe Bergman.
Nagoya.
Good morning, Nagoya.
I am going to share my screen. And please tell me if you can see my screen. I will talk to you about how we, with big architecture, are thinking about the planet and the world that we live in from a point of where we are today. We are thinking about the world from COVID and how we can imagine a future for ourselves and our cities, that this is a leap, a moment in history where we can imagine new futures for ourselves and for our children. When we look at history, there are times when we have been in similar situations as we are today. Cholera was also a pandemic. And because of cholera, we actually came from that moment and created the modern day sewer systems that we see in many, many cities today. When we think of a calamity such as 9/11 in America, we also imagine a way of actually that it created a new type of security and a very sort of thinking about how we live in our cities and making sure that our buildings and our public spaces can be protected. And we also have experienced in our history climactic situations such as Hurricane Sandy in New York, which of course knocked out the lights where I lived and where I worked in New York. And from Sandy, we've actually imagined a new future for New York, including the Big U flood protection around the entire city. So we are here at a moment when, for the first time in my life, the whole world has been dealing with COVID, and we can start to imagine how this last year and a half to 2 years will actually start to make us think about our own cities in a different way, and how we can use this moment to think maybe of the Nagoya Canal in a very, very different way. This was just 8-9 years ago when Hurricane Sandy hit New York, and it caused tremendous damage, over $65 billion in damages. And you can see here, it was flooding, but it was also making people homeless, and people lost their work, their home, and the entire city was affected by this storm. When you look at what flooded, you go all the way back to 1650, so almost 350, 80 years ago. And the original land mass that was there is what stayed dry. Over the next 380 years, people have been adding to New York progressively by adding land and putting more and more construction out into the water. So what happened in Hurricane Sandy is that the water actually pushed back to its original land formation. And you can see here the gray areas are actually what flooded in New York. And what stayed dry is in the darker color. What we proposed with the Big U is to provide a wall of protection in blue along the coast. And this was very, very important to think about how we could protect the 8 million inhabitants of Manhattan and of New York City against sea level rise and against these issues of water. Many countries around the world have to think about flood protection and how to deal with rivers or even lakes and even coastal flooding. Many cities create temporary structures like here in Germany. But this requires planning. It requires having many weeks of preparation so that you can actually make sure to have a very rigorous and supportive flood prevention. New York City did not have that time. A hurricane moves very, very fast. And so with only a few days of notice, the city was very impacted by the hurricane. After this damage, the city began to reassess how do we actually plan for the future. And a competition was held called Rebuild by Design. And it was run by the New York Mayor's Office with a lot of guidance from Holland and the Netherlands. Because in Holland, you have many, many hundreds of years of dealing with flooding and water issues. So the Rebuild by Design competition allowed for worldwide teams, 120 teams, to imagine what a future would be like where rising sea levels start to impact the life in a city. Here you can see again in dark blue what flooded, and in orange all of the buildings that also were affected. We began our research by listening and talking to people that are living in these neighborhoods that were affected. And what you see here is that there are so many different types of people, different languages, different backgrounds. And there is no one way of providing this flood protection because you have to actually also understand all of the nuances that people have and the way that they live. So we wanted to create a flood prevention system that would celebrate humanity, all of the differences within humanity, and that it was driven by the neighborhoods. So a very different plan in the different sections of New York City. And we would start to celebrate the active life, the sports, the recreation, as much as we would also create the flood prevention. In addition to all of the people and the groups, we also met with federal officials, state officials in New York, and the city of New York. There were over 40 different agencies that all have jurisdictions in this land area. By listening to everyone, listening to the officials, listening to the agencies, and to the people and the residents living there, we developed a plan that would protect, but also offer life and recreation and all of the joys that people have in creating a place that welcomes everyone 99% of the time, because the flooding is, of course, only happening very small amount of time. And this was a way for us to create something that everyone wants in their backyard. So here you can see, this is on the west side of Manhattan. There's not a lot of room for this protection. So we created a sort of social bench, one that allows for people to sit and take a view over the water. And then when the floods are coming, it protects. So this was both a sculpture, furniture, and protection. We also noticed it was very important to educate, to help the citizens understand what was changing in their cities. So we created a space where one could see where the flood levels had been. And it's a kind of history lesson for people who come to New York for the very first time or who move to New York. So imagine in Nagoya, if you have a place on the canal where you can begin to tell the story and the history of the canal and where it's going. So we wanted to take this New York that you see here, but all blacked out, and ensure that the lights would never go off and that the people are safe. So the Big U was a proposal that came out of the competition, getting all of the people around the world to look at Manhattan and to help solve these issues. We call this social infrastructure. Infrastructure is typically designed by engineers, and it's typically designed to provide or serve a purpose. With social infrastructure, we, of course, solve the issue and the challenge of flooding, but we don't forget the humans and also the kind of human qualities that this infrastructure can be, and can also provide a gift or provide a wonderful space for the city. I'm very happy to announce that the first 2.5 miles of the 10 miles is now under construction. The funding has come from the federal government, the state government, and the city. Together, they have funded the ability to protect over 200,000 New Yorkers, all of the New Yorkers living in those buildings next to the coast. And they're providing them a very wonderful recreation space, a green space, one that after COVID, we realize how important our parks and open spaces are, and it also protects. This is the first area that you see here that is being built. Everything in blue was flooded during Sandy, and we have been tasked with protecting this first part. In the smaller map in the left side, you can see the first part in bold white, the line, ESCR. That is the first section that will be built. The way that this concept is built is that you can build all of the flood protection in sections, so that if one section is leaking, then it does not flood the entire city, but only that section. Like a ship, when you have a ship and you have the hull broken into different parts, one section can flood, but it won't flood the entire ship. When you're working on these type of projects, it's not only architects. You must look for engineers, for landscape architects, for ecologists, for hydrologists. There are a lot of different needs and specialties that are important. So as we were developing this project, we had over 15 different companies all helping us achieve the goal of making this project succeed. And if you remember, it is so important to listen to your neighbors and the citizens of Nagoya. We have held over 300 meetings over time, listening and then prioritizing. We also, you can see, build many, many different models. So we didn't only show pictures, but we let people actually touch and to show what and how this work would affect them. This communication and this way of listening and retrieving information from everyone is one of the most important aspects of this kind of work. Here is the client. In this case, it is 6 different agencies. So this is the Department of Parks, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Protection, Environmental Protection, the Economic Development Corporation, and the Department of City Planning. This was all structured underneath the Mayor's Office of Recovery and Resiliency. This was the first time in many generations that so many different public agencies work together. Sometimes these agencies have very different opinions about what should be done. Parks is very different from Transportation Department. So you have to work with a lot of different perspectives. The park itself, this 2.5 miles, is about 60 acres. And we've shown you here the different parks and their sizes from the west side to Central Park, to the south side, and to Governor's Island and the High Line, which I'm sure you all know. So it's a very large park. When the Big U is completely built, it will be one of the largest green spaces in the entire Northeast. Here is what will be built in the first phase, and this will be completed by 2026. We've created a lot of different program spaces, some of which are fields, sports fields for soccer and baseball and football, and some are for performance, like theater performances, whereas others are just for relaxation. And you can see that we build bridges from the park over to where the residential community is. It's very important, as we designed this park, that it was for all ages, older as well as younger. And we have many different places and locations for activities for both the young and the old. Here you can see another bridge that brings you across the roads over to the park. And again, you have recreational fields, you have landscape, and this is all built up over 16 feet above the water to protect for the next 100 years on sea level rise. This is another bridge that is the Williamsburg Bridge, crossing from Brooklyn into Manhattan. And this is where the park sometimes gets quite skinny. Sometimes it's fat and there's a lot of space, but sometimes it can get quite narrow. And this is, again, a view of what it looks like 99% of the time. And here's a view of what it looks like when there's a storm event. And it's this landscape that performs, a landscape that really looks to protect. And if the city and the residents see how it protects them, then this is the success of this park. And this is, of course, just the first section of the entire Big U. So right now, the city is actually working on the other sections and planning and designing. And we hope in the next 10 to 15 years, all of the different sections will be under construction and it will be soon complete. Here you can see the other sections below the ESCR section on the right. The yellow line moves into the orange Two Bridges section, moves into the purple financial district section, over to the blue, the Battery Park section. All of these sections are currently in design. There are a lot of climate hazards, not only sea level rise, but we, of course, also have storms which push the water into the land. We also have the flooding that occurs when the rain is hitting all of the rooftops and all of the asphalt, and the rain is moving also to the coast. So it's really about many different ways of flooding, from the natural rising of the oceans to the wind pushing the water into the bay to the rain that is falling from the skies. And we evaluated all of these different forces, the rain coming down, the water pushing up, and the sea coming in. You have to look at this dynamically, and you can basically model these kinds of events. And when we looked at the future of New York and the future of sea level rise, we began to map out what is most important to protect. So we have the buildings, we have the subsurface, meaning what's under ground. We have mobility, the streets and the sidewalks, and we have the public realm, the parks and the spaces in between the buildings. So all of this has to be funded, and we have to create the right policy in the city for you to think about the buildings, the below ground, the streets, and the parks. And then you begin to see how you can actually impact these different areas. So we modeled many of these different approaches and looked at inexpensive ways, affordable ways, and more intensive ways, and ways that would also be perhaps more expensive. We looked at that all the way across all of the buildings. And then we began to make suggestions to the city. Perhaps you move your mechanical equipment from the basement to the second floor. You then begin to sort of see how you can keep the water out of a building. You create better stormwater systems below ground. You create areas that can flood and that would then take the water and discharge it over time. Or you can create outward flood protection, and flood protection that becomes a berm or a larger protection. And all of these things can work together. So this is also being proposed, which is a much longer outward bound protection between the buildings and the water. So when you then assess the benefits, the feasibility and the construction, and then of course the financial considerations, that is how you then assess which of these ideas are best for you. And you look at them from a building level, because of course the owners of the buildings and the property can do things on their own sites, and which things are on a city level or a district level, and which are the ones that the city has the ownership of and can make changes. So we realized that really the city is where we can make the most change. And the plan that we have for New York, Lower New York, is a way of extending the New York City boundary further out into the water so that we have more land to protect the city. This is the current sort of section of Lower Manhattan. The buildings come to the water and right away the water is there. So we propose to Manhattan to create a land berm, which is raising towards the edge of the water. And we would finance it through smaller buildings that are on top of the new land and territory that we've created. And this is now going through a kind of review process with the city. And they are thinking how they could implement this protective sort of addition to Manhattan. So here you can see the real Manhattan is on your right, those white buildings, and the sort of future Manhattan is to your left, and the future sort of construction of the land to protect against sea level rise. And this is our view for the future of Manhattan, which also creates a lot of green roofs. Because if the rain is coming down from the sky, then the green roofs will keep the rain and it will evaporate by itself passively. And that will reduce the amount of water in our streets and along the coast. So this proposal was actually built into a 3D model and into a physical model. And all of the stories of the different people telling us about what their dreams are were on the walls. And we showed a combination of stories and storytelling together with this model. And we called it Humanhattan, that Manhattan was thinking of a humane way of dealing with climate change. This is also very well discussed and presented in a book called Too Big, Rebuild by Design, a Transformative Approach to Climate Change. And the author is Henk Ovink, who was the leader for the city to help us with this project. That is sort of a look into the flood protection of New York City, which we called social infrastructure. I have now another couple of projects that look at different infrastructure, but also always from a social aspect. This project we call BQP, Brooklyn Queens Park. But what it actually is a three sort of story transportation corridor. So in the 1950s, they built 3 levels of streets and then a park on top. When we go into the history of Brooklyn, this is the Brooklyn Bridge on your left, you can see that there was a natural hill and there were homes above and there were warehouses below by the water. And in the 1950s, the 3-level road was constructed with the park on top. This infrastructure is now falling down or is decaying very, very quickly because everything needs repair. You can see that we're talking about 8 lanes of traffic. So it's a very important road in New York. We propose to actually extend the 2 lanes that you see there on the ground and to push into the park on the right so that we could actually take 6 of those lanes and place them underground and put a park above and have an added light rail that would add to the transportation of this corridor. And then the actual structure that was the roads turns into a park. This is for us, again, a way of dealing and answering the infrastructure needs, but doing it in a socially humane way. So this is what we would actually start to look at. A park that reconnects the houses above with the waterfront below. And we feel that this is going back to the original kind of Brooklyn landscape as you saw in the old historical rendering, this one. And if we do this in the sort of Brooklyn Heights area where you have the green line, we imagine that those 2.5 miles could extend further with the dashed lines. And here you have a road that's buried and it's cutting one neighborhood off of another neighborhood. Imagine if one built to a top to that trench, and you could actually connect the neighborhoods through a green park. We see that many of the decisions from traffic engineers and water engineers in the 1950s and 60s, we should be rethinking, and we should be finding ways to reconnect the neighborhoods that were cut off from each other. If we do this in the first 2.5 miles, we might actually impact the 17.5 miles from Staten Island all the way to the Bronx. So this is also a way, whatever you do in the canal in Nagoya, you could actually imagine that it has a bigger impact to all of Nagoya and to all of the waterfront in the city and in the region. And finally, I would like to show you a project we did for the Brooklyn Bridge. So everyone knows the Brooklyn Bridge. It was built in the 1860s, and it was a beautiful structure, the longest bridge, and it connected Manhattan with Brooklyn. So this bridge currently is suffering from so many people walking in a very, very narrow area. And so much of the bridge is actually given over to cars. When the bridge was first built, there were only 2 lanes for cars, and the rest were trains and people walking. There were 425,000 people moving across the bridge every single day. Today, there are only 160,000 people going across the bridge because everyone is sitting in a car and the cars are moving so slowly across the bridge. So we've taken something, a bridge that really worked very well for the city, and we've actually gone backwards. How can we find a way to move forwards at this moment? So here is the way that the bridge works today. We have 6 lanes of traffic, and we have a small area for people walking. We propose in the future to actually create 2 lanes for bicycles, 2 lanes for automobiles that are autonomous, and the rest for people, both on the low side and the high side. So we imagine a very different future for the bridge that would get it back to over 300,000 people moving across it every single day, because there's more ways of actually moving across the bridge, either by bicycle or e-bike or walking. And suddenly the bridge that is connecting the city of New York has a way of actually creating a new way of moving through the city. And imagine if every other bridge becomes a bridge for people moving by their feet, moving by a bicycle or an e-scooter, and that then you can keep the car-only bridges also to every other one. We can imagine that the city of New York would start at the Brooklyn Bridge, and then it would sort of feed into Manhattan and into Brooklyn. And this would set off a new way of thinking that there are certain roads that connect people with bicycle and e-scooters that can move quickly down these corridors. And it would create a brand new way of moving through the city of New York. Right now, many people don't use the subway because of COVID, and they are moving themselves through the city by bicycle and e-scooters. And we can imagine that in the future, the streets on the left are where everyone is driving through the streets of Manhattan, and on the right, people are walking. They're using autonomous vehicles and e-scooters, or they're using basic transportation and cars. And we're calling this woven YC, this idea that you can create a variety of movements through the inner city of New York. So imagine coming back, if you've ever been to New York, and coming back and you would see a very different city, one in which there is a lot of movement, a lot of people, the People's Bridge, it's called Brooklyn Bridge. I want to thank you so very much for allowing me to share these projects with you. And I look forward to answering your questions in the next section. I think we're just waiting for someone to come and to help with the questions.
甲斐さん、ありがとう。
Kai, thank you very much. We would now, is it okay to move on to Q&A section? Can we now move on to the Q&A section? Kai, can you hear translation? Can we now start receiving questions? Can you hear me now?
I see a question that has been asked by an anonymous attendee. If someone could translate the question, I'm very happy to answer.
はい、今私の方で、日本語でいただいた質問。
I have received some questions in Japanese, and I will pick some of them, which is to be translated into English simultaneously. And this is how we go.
今質問を実は、裏の事務局が
I have my secretariat selecting some questions, during which period we are welcoming many more questions. Those of you wishing to ask a question can enter questions to the QA box on the screen, and the secretariat will pick some of the questions from the box to be translated in English. As we wait for the entries of the questions, I would like to abuse my right to ask some questions to you. Kai, can I now ask you the question?
There's a question that's in English that I can respond to right away, and maybe
ですね、
someone
事
could.
務局の方はですね、村上
Secretariat,
どうしたらいいですか？僕、英語で質問していいんですか？
is it okay for me to ask an English question? No.
僕、日本語で言うしかないんです。
I must ask question in English, and it needs to be translated. The first question
中川運河に
is about Nakagawa Canal. What potentialities can Nakagawa Canal have? I'm not sure Kai has ever been to Nakagawa Canal in Nagoya, but our venue is very close to Nakagawa Canal.
一定地域中心にあります名古屋市の運河
So if you are to improve the situation around Nakagawa Canal in the center of Nagoya, I would like to welcome your input.
これは、どうしたらいいでしょうか？通訳の方、
Translators? Is it being translated?
ここはルールを破って僕が
Then I should be asking the question in English.
I have a question. Yeah. Could you please advise us? Well, what is the future of Nagoya City and the Nakagawa Canal? Do you have some ideas on that?
Yes. I do.
Yeah. Please explain about that.
So I think that one has to consider that there are many people who have lived and worked in the canal as it is today. And they have a history and they have a connection to what is there today. And it is very difficult often for someone to see a different alternative vision or alternative future from something that they see today. And so one has to incorporate the needs and the thinking of the way that the waterfront is functioning today. I see this as one needs to take many little steps to take a giant leap. And so it's a very long canal.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there, we have another question
Yes,
from
please.
Christine on the network. Thank you for the talk, Mr. Barron. I studied the Rideau Canal, and it's a waterway in Canada that is a mix of built canal sections and their natural rivers and lakes. How do you think architecture and design can help manage flooding and increase climate resiliency in more natural waterways?
It's an excellent
From
question.
Canada,
Yes,
I think.
it's an excellent question. And I think one has to think of anything that we build is contributing to the water movement of that area. And as we build along natural waterways, we should be thinking of our buildings as sponges so that the water that hits the building is actually maintained and kept within the building for irrigation and for other water resources. So if we begin to think of our coastal areas and our watersheds as ecosystems that are all interconnected. So a building isn't just a building on a site. A building is actually viewed as its contribution to a watershed. We will begin to think and design differently. Now, I think much of this is policy. So how a city and how a place sees its waterways. And if you elevate the water system, the natural system, in a way so that you begin to make decisions about your buildings and the zoning and the regulations out of the waterways, this is a very important kind of prioritization of how important water is to us and also how damaging it can be to us. We need to elevate water as both the resource and as a sort of ecological foundation of our buildings and construction.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have a question, right?
Of course.
And I would like to know what percentage of ideas were from city, and what percentage from citizens, and what
Yes,
from architecture.
of course.
Yeah.
It's I think that it's the author of these ideas is not one of these elements, but a combination. And in some ways, we as architects, we are like curators in a museum. We are collecting the ideas from the citizens. We are collecting best practices from around the world. We are also, of course, listening to the public officials. And it is our job to prioritize these and to synthesize those ideas into an actionable plan. And by actionable, I mean, we don't want to just create another vision plan that is only going to go on a bookshelf. We want to create an actionable plan with real implementable projects so that the steps can be taken. I said a lot of little steps. You have to think of this as a roadmap of how you will create the kind of vision for implementation. And with Nagoya Canal, I think it's very big. It's very long. There are very many different sections and different qualities. You have to create a vision that respects all of the different areas and the different landowners and the different sort of habitats. There's areas with birds. There's other areas with, with junk and rusting kind of industry. You have to think about all of the qualities and map those out, and then think of little ways that you can make change, so that if everyone is making a little change and everyone is supporting the plan, then you can make a very, very big difference for the city. And this is the idea of the big U. The big U is many little things happening along the 10 miles of coastline. It's not only one design that is followed all the way through. That's the difference between an engineering plan and I think one in which it's more of a human plan for the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. Another question from the net. What do you think about the role that architectural design can play in the future of waterfront and infrastructure construction? What is the role of architecture?
So I think that architecture plays this role of the curator or the conductor, where there's so many different perspectives and so many different kind of agendas. One could be only looking at this from an economic perspective. I need my waterways to move goods and to move, industry. One could look at it from an ecological standpoint. I want to make sure that the birds and the fish can thrive and that they come back into an industrial area. And you're dealing with a lot of opposites. So one is proposing a lot more industry, the other is proposing a lot more ecology, and you have to find a balance. You have to find a way that these different policies and these different interests can actually move forward. And in life, actually complexity leads to hybridization and to working together. And it's in those moments of working together, we, with the big U, we have 6 different public agencies, which most often are battling each other and are against each other. And for the first time in 50 or 60 years, we have asked them all to work together with a common vision. That is, I think, as much what the architect is doing than designing and making very, very compelling pictures.
Okay. Next question, right? From Mr. Tani on the net. Thank you, Kai. My concern is, like sea level rise, a plan for up to year 2100 would need to be replaced by a new one for year 2200, and that would require much more cost than planned at the very beginning.
A very good question, because it's true. We need to think of this plan not as the end plan, because this is only a stepping stone. It's the foundation. So you already need to factor in that a next generation or 2 generations from now will add on top. And it's like building a wall. When you build a wall, you have to think about how much weight, how much future expansion the wall must take. And therefore, you cannot build a wall that is so big and so expensive that this generation, my generation, your generation, will be not able to pay for that wall. So you have to find the balance of making something that is achievable. So I say that if you can finance something that is within 15 years or 20 years, then that is an investment that can be made within 1 generation. But you also realize that the future generations must build on top. A good example of this is Holland. Holland, 60-70% of the land is below the ocean or below the water table. And they invested in building polders and building berms and walls to protect against the sea. But the sea is rising. So the polders they built 200 years ago are being added onto. That is the mentality we should be looking at for investing and building now, and also anticipating the investment and the building in the future.
Okay, thank you, Kai. This is the last question. Could BIG join Nakagawa Canal projects in Nagoya?
Yes, we would be very happy to join, and we've been thinking of Nagoya Canal for over a year since this conference has been discussed, and we are working in Japan. Many of you may already know we are involved with Toyota on a project called Woven City, and we have actually opened an office in Tokyo, and we have several of our big employees and staff, Maki, you, that are stationed in Japan, and they are working on projects there. So we are actually local and working very near Nagoya, and in such a way, we would be very, very proud and honored to be able to take the ideas and the best practices that we have developed in Europe, working in Denmark and throughout Europe, and then working in places like New York and Boston, Miami, and San Francisco. Many of those projects have also been related to resiliency.
Thank you very much. 最後に質問で、
The last question. So it was the question about whether BIG could possibly join the Nakagawa Canal project, which he really welcomed. Thank you very much for the QA section. With this, I would like to conclude the QA session. And Professor Shin Murakami, thank you very much for the moderation. And thank you, Dr. Bergman, for answering all the range of different questions. We look forward to the future of the Big U project. Dr. Kai Uwe Wagman, thank you very much. And with this, the keynote speech is to be closed. We will now have a short break. Next session will be starting at 1:15 p.m. Opening discussion number 1, Waterfront Cosmology, Art Consciousness, and the Future.
や手洗い、うがいはこまめに行ってください。飲食以外では、常にマスクを利用してください。マスクは感染防止効果の高いを選びましょう。エレベーター、バスタイヤ、友達同士の会話の場面でも、ソーシャルディスタンスを守ってください。
間違えた。YouTube。
ドアの階段を利用しましょう。モバイルキャンパスの建物は窓が開けられませんが、空調、屋外の空気を通常よりも多く取り入れて換気しています。全国的に新型コロナウイルス変異株の感染が拡大しています。安全な大学生活を送るためには、皆さん一人ずつの協力が不可欠です。新型コロナウイルス感染防止対策にご理解、ご協力をお願いいたします。
ズームでは見えてるね。ちょっとまた配信の絵をまたこちらで操作してるので変わってるんですけど、一応ビデオの開始はしてしまいますね。こちらで。
時はあれが
センターの白い
光が
プロジェクターで光ってる下のところに白いカメラが。
皆さんこんにちは。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. It's 1:15 p.m. Japan time, and we now would like to begin the opening discussion 1, Waterfront Cosmology, Art, Consciousness, and the Future. Before we begin the discussion, I invite the moderator, Ms. Mitsuyo Hattori, advisor of Like Air and Water. Ms. Hattori is going to give an overview of this session. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are having this event online. But I'd like to thank all of you who are gathered in front of your computer screens. My name is Mitsuyo Hattori. I will be serving as a moderator for this session. So, this is opening discussion 1. Our theme is Waterfront Cosmology, Art, Consciousness, and the Future. due to COVID-19 pandemic, currently we have more time to face ourselves internally. At the same time, what does affluence mean to us? What does well-being mean to us? I believe that many people are questioning these terms and definitions again. We have to seriously face these questions now. And in this situation, when we look at the waterfront in urban setup, what are the functions of the waterfront? What are the functions of the cities? And what are the physical infrastructures of the city? And how can we develop economy for the mass? Or rather than that, how can we develop waterfront that will serve us in the future? What is the true function of the urban waterfront for us? We will discuss that with the three panelists today. Urban waterfront and human mentality. Looking at the history of that, we can see the creativity and art. So these are the keywords that we can focus on. We will look at these keywords today. And beyond COVID-19 pandemic, what is the true function and role of waterfront and art? That is what we would like to discuss today. First, we have three panelists, so I'd like to introduce all of them. The first panelist is Professor Hidenobu Jinnai from Hosei University. He is a senior fellow professor. And to the right, we have Ms. Yukiko Shikata, curator. Hello, thank you for having me. And the other person is on the screen from Linz in Austria. We have an artist and scientist, Ms. Yoko Shimizu. It's very early in the morning in Austria. Yes, it's about 6:20 or so. Thank you very much for joining us in early morning. So now, first we have Professor Jinnai to make a presentation what he has done in relation to waterfront and art. That is the theme of his presentation.
Can you see my slides? Can you see? Okay. Yes, excuse me. Right. So this is a very big theme that Hattori-san has come up with for us. And I believe that since COVID-19, people have started to think about this. But actually now, what we need to do, we've been discussing a lot of this already for a long time. So we should go back to the starting point. In these modern times, our way of thinking has become very constricted. We're becoming very rational. We tend to think about economy, but people should actually have a broader perspective. There are a lot of different elements we need to think about that we've been thinking about as we get along with water, and we need to go back to those basics. And I was studying abroad, and I became interested in water because of Venice. That's on the right-hand side. And on the left, I came back to Japan, and together with the students of Hosei University, I have been studying Edo, which is ancient Tokyo, which we've been studying. And the historical eras, in a broad perspective, you can see a lot of activities going along by the waterfront. So we've thought about this, and relatively recently, which is 2013, and I had a very interesting experience in Tokyo. This is the Tokyo Fireflies. It's a very fantastic waterfront that was brought back to life. And we were part of the executive committee, and the past and the near future merged into one. And here there is tradition. So there's the netherworld. For the Japanese, the world after death, and through water, you go to that next world. And people bought these LEDs and you throw it onto the water. And it's like there are fireflies floating on the surface of the water. So it was like exchange with space and nature. So there was the tradition of Toro Nagashi, and back beyond there was the Tokyo Sky Tree, and then the full moon came rising from the right, and then there was the stage on the water, and then there were the ships. And this was indeed the past, present, and future, the near future of Tokyo. I was very emotionally moved. And actually, water brings us both blessings and a curse. It's two sides of the same coin. And there's the awe, the feeling of awe towards water, not just the Japanese, among people across the world. We've been overcoming this. And as a community, we've been working together to try to minimize the damage and utilize water. Water and our lives are very close. And we've been working together, and then we feel attachment, we feel a sense of responsibility as well. And this is Shimizu, in a town in Shizuoka Prefecture, and by the river there is a shrine. And I'd like to look back over the history. I read about this on a signboard, and I thought there were repeated tsunami that caused damage, and they worshipped the water gods to try to appease them. And normally people come together and they have a good time, and then they can respond to disasters. And normally things like this, through festivals, places where people enjoy themselves, this became the core of the community. And that's where the good thing is. I was very moved. And actually, our group, so regarding the Satoyama concept, we wanted to expand this to the waterfront. We issued or published a book like this. It says Satogawa, with Professor Torigoe and Ms. Yoshiko and also the governor of Tottori. And we came up with the Shiga Prefecture. And if there are Satoyama, the mountains, then there should be Satogawa, the rivers, which are used in diverse ways by the residents and responsibly managed. So we thought we should review the existence of rivers like that. However, in the era of on land, rivers are no longer used. And in their place, disasters, water disasters have increased. So flood prevention tends to be the focus of the local governments. So the flood prevention techniques advanced, which means that the rivers became even more far away from the residents. However, we are starting to see an opportunity for the waterfront to come back to the hands of the people. And Hirofumi Uzawa talks about social common capital. And the waterfront is a commons. It used to be a commons, and we need to think about this. And we wanted to use the expression Satogawa. We've been thinking about this for 10 years now. And in particular, a characteristic of Japan is, I believe that the word kawara, dry riverbed, is very Japanese. It's very unstable. And when there are floods, it becomes inundated with water, but normally it's dry. And on this kawara, there is a free area that's created. And then there's the theater that was born there. And Yoshihiko Amino talked about an ajir or asylum. And it's a collective area, and it's a commons. It's a place for everyone. However, with modernization, with flood control, this has been forgotten, and we want to get this back. This is in Kyoto, in Shijo. So you can see the dry riverbed, and on the left is the Edo period. And in Shijogaura, people were having picnics. So it was a free area. And this is the ancient Tokyo Edo. And in Japan, people have protected themselves from water. And in a diverse way, we've been utilizing water, and no other country has been doing this. I think more than Venice or Thailand, Japan has been utilizing water much more. Edo, ancient Tokyo, seems to have been much more diverse. And of course, shipping, transport, production, fishing. Fishing is very important. And more than anything else, religion and also entertainment and a variety of cultures and literature, music, paintings. The waterside or waterfront was the stage. And this is from the Edo Museum. And this was a very famous picture, and it was very bustling and busy. And this shows you a famous author, Kuwagata Keisai, came up with this view over Edo. And please take a look at this. Water and nature and people are merged together as one. It's an amazing, dynamic picture. And towards the front is the Sumidagawa River, Okawa. And seen from the Tokyo Sky Tree, this is the view that you get. And the waterfront is alive, and you can feel the energy. That's the feeling that we used to have. So this spirit in the modern culture is still alive. This is the Shinagawa Ebara Shrine Festival. And there's a parade on the water, and in Odaiba Park, people take this portable shrine into the water. And this is a community event. And there's something similar going on in southern Italy. This is in Monopoli. I came across this, and the Virgin Mary, a statue of her, drifts to land from the sea. There's a legend about this. It's the same as the Asakusa Kannon. And there's a festival taking place every year to experience this. And we experienced it as well from ship. So in the Mediterranean, where there are ancient cultures, and Japan, there are common aspects. And an even older age in Sardinia. So this is more than 1,000 years BC. There is a holy well. And this is made very meticulously. The stones are built up and you go underground, and there were rituals taking place there. The light would come in from the front, and it was very magical. And people used to heal others in places like this. So the ancient people, even in the West, felt that water had these kinds of holy properties, and they made these sacred sites, and they worshipped gods, and they made wishes. And with Christianity, these kinds of things became forgotten and negated. And among the West, this kind of feeling has long been sealed in, but at last, recently, people are starting to recognize this. The Europeans, when they come to Japan, they go to Kumano-Kodo, the ancient roads of Kumano, and they want to visit these sacred sites. Once again, I think that they're starting to open their eyes to Mother Nature. This is what Christianity has been sealing in. And in Tokyo, too, there are things like this in Kokubunji. There is a holy fountain, and this was used to heal people. It has magical properties. In the ancient days, back in the Heian era, a beautiful woman, she suffered from a skin disease, and she was very beautiful before. However, her face became damaged because of the skin illness. And she went to the shrine to pray that she be healed, and she was told to bathe in the pond, and she was miraculously healed. And this is in Venice. This is a festival on the water. It's called the Il Redentore Festival, and it's very similar to the fireworks of Ryogoku. So this again prays for the souls of those who have passed on. So people are wearing white, and I took part in this. And I went to buy some white clothing, and I took part. And everyone was having a really good time, like this. And actually, the Sumidagawa fireworks were to protect people from the plague. It was like a religious event. So by the waterfront, people feel free and liberated, and they're able to have exchange with the big wide world. We've been doing this for a long time, and in the community, for a long time, this has been the foundations at the bottom of our hearts, and has become the common understanding of everyone. Now, the waterfront sets people free. The water has to be clean, of course. So with industrialization, this right has been lost. People have started to look elsewhere. It's gone to the backyard of the cities. And now, once again, we want to bring it back. And this has now become possible. And along the Sumidagawa River, this was when it was starting to be polluted. But from the 1960s, there were all these restaurants lighted up even at night. They never slept, and people had a good time. And at the times of the festivals, the fireworks, there were so many ships lined up on the river. And this was times when there were no piers. So there were 23 restaurants, and all of them had their own piers. And nearby, from the ship shops, they would invite the ships to come over. So these kinds of scenery, with the current technologies and design, we want to get this back. That's our target. And art, today, we're talking about the world of art. And Suzuki-san and I, we held a talk session. It was really fun. And we did this at a Hokusai museum in Sumida Ward. And on the left, relatively recently, this has come back, the Asakusa Sensoji temples portable shrine water parade. And in the same way, on the right, you can see a fastener, a zipper. And it's like the zipper is opening up or unzipping the water. It's very interesting as an artwork. And it's a living, moving artwork created by Yasuhiro Suzuki. So in this way, the past and the future, with a human imagination, I think that we've been able to link these together. That's what I felt on the Sumida River. And actually, what I love most about Venice is the nighttime. It's like there are evil spirits hiding in the corners, even with modern technology and computers. We're tied down by technology and computers. But when you go to people at places like Venice, it's like computers seem to be so small. So the city and human beings, they're all tied together. So if you go from the airport to Venice by water taxi, this is what it looks like. And have a long relationship with Ikko Nakahara, and I showed him around Venice, and he has lots of works like this. He's a photographer, and at night there is darkness, light and water, always water. The waterfront is deeply linked with the hearts and minds of people, and this is a place for expressing this. And the theatre. I want to think about the theatre together with water and art. From the ancient times of Greece, this is in Taormina in Greece, and the theatre has the sea as the background. They choose locations like this on purpose, the sea in the background, and then a Mount Etna. So this is the kind of big scale that we want to think about. And we've been bringing this back to life, reviving this. And back in the Renaissance, in the 16th century, in Venice, there was the Global Theatre. It was very interesting. It was held very often. And there was a floating theatre. So ships that were decorated would float around the city and make the whole city a theatre. So thanks to the river, there was the flowing, dynamic, free space. And this inspired Aldo Rossi, who is very famous, and he brought the global festival or global theatre back to life. And in Japan, Tadao Ando made the Shitamachi theatre in Japan. So this again is linked by water. And lastly, Midorimaka, at the ending, would go out towards the Sumida River from the back, and then with the evening wind, her white dress would flutter in the wind. It was very symbolic as an ending, and it was linked with the water. And actually, Venice too, the theatres were all created by the waterfront. The rich people went there by gondola, and the Edo was the same. In Edo, the theatre city was all by the waterfront, and the rich people went there by boat. And this structure remains in Osaka, in Dotonbori. And even today, I think you can probably still do it today. So from there, we got the inspiration. And what we did was, at Hosei University, we came up with the Canal Cafe. Here we held water concerts we've been doing this for 12, 13 years. From the boat, you can listen to the jazz concert. And in Japan, this is quite unusual. And this is slightly different, but in Milan, at the time of the exposition, I visited there just a few years ago. And there's the outdoor cinemas in Milan. And Hattori-san talked about how in Brooklyn, by the bridge, by the Hudson River, in the background, there are concerts, I hear. And actually, this used to be done in Tokyo, too. So in the 1980s, in the early 80s, there was the ink stick Shibaura factory, and by boat, you could have a water party. And this used to be a live house or a war music entertainment area. However, this was all closed down. It's a big pity. And on the waterfront, there are these big opera houses, and these really are a good match. In Tokyo, in Japan, in the city areas, people think the economy comes first, and there are only high-rise buildings. And this is a big pity. So the waterfront should really shake our hearts and minds. So this is where culture is born. And in Oslo, they have done this. And you can go up to the rooftop here on the Opera House. And there are no railings. So I worry that maybe there are people who fall down, and then the rescuers come in and they rescue you. So you have to try to protect yourself as you enjoy the water. That's the spirit we need to learn from. And this is Bilbao. Lots of people know about this. So by the river, this was an industrial town, and in a wonderful way. So the city the local governments need to take the initiative and have a grand vision and then revitalize the waterfront for the next generation. And there's the Guggenheim Museum. They asked Frank Gehry to do this. It's this famous. However, they brought the whole waterfront back to life. That's important. And it was an industrial town, so there are no fish in the water. The water is polluted. So we need to think about biodiversity, and in particular, the Japanese people, together with the bio-life we live. And in Odaiba, we have had these e-boat regattas for more than 10 years. And top right, you can see it here that I am rowing as hard as I can. And we actually became champions just once. And this is my final slide. So Tokyo has a diverse waterfront area. And I think there's no other country in the world that has as rich a water culture as we did. But we've forgotten about it. And overseas in the West, Australia, all these countries have dynamic waterfronts and they have a good space. And Japan has fallen behind. Only Osaka is working really hard. And Nagoya and Tokyo, we need to try to work harder in the future, in the 21st century. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to do so. That's all from myself. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was wonderful.
Free religious use of waterfront as a sacred spot was something that I learned anew today. And it was as recently as 1960s when the waterfront has been quite actively used in Japan as well, be it opera or performing art theaters. This closeness with water is something that we should cherish and revitalize. Thank you very much. And next, we would like to give the floor to Professor Shikata.
Thank
you. I am Shikata. It is very nice to meet you all. Today, over the long years, I've been in the area of media art as a curator, but over the last 10 years, water has been a core element that I've been working with, and that is something that I would like to discuss with you today. The title of my talk is related to commons. As Dr. Jinnai pointed out, commons is a very important theme. Water as part of the commons and art is the title of my presentation. I would like to read out some excerpts. Water is a very important theme, and that is why it's been discussed by many. In the 70s or early 70s, when space development is the front line, globalization also has been part of the discussion in the 60s. And the viewpoint has emerged to look at Japan, look at the Earth. And from the same book, not only macro, but also micro viewpoint is being employed. And it is really beyond the scale, if you will. Relations between things and the flows among things are something that has become the topic of concerns. In early 20s, the theory of unpredictability and other systematic modern theorism has already existed in early 20s. But after World War II, military technology has been recycled in the private sector, and that has given a new perspective. Another topic that I cannot skip is the issue of pollution. Rachel Carson, who wrote Silent Spring, was a marine biologist. The issue of pollution is the topic that she wrote a book about, and a very important seismic book. And 20th century or 19th century was a period of war over oil. But this book says that it is going to be war over water. But we also do have wars between individuals and war over information. But these books have been written over 10 years ago. So water then is not unrelated to information, as I will be discussing later. As Dr. Ajinai touched upon, pre-Christianity or pro-scholastic philosophers have also been attracted to the factor of water as well. Culture around water is also connected to the culture that thrived in Mediterranean culture or Pacific culture in the case of Japan. And this is before Christ. A famous philosopher, Lucretius, wrote that so much do various bodies stream from everything and flow and scatter in every direction of all size. So those changes of directions or combination or the departure are the viewpoint that I employ curating artworks. And media art or computer-based art and artworks or experimental art has given birth to the contemporary art as we see today. And Norbert Wiener, who immigrated to the US during the wartime, was a scientist of ballistic missiles. He's a mathematician, by the way, and who established the concept of cybernetics in 1948. Wiener has played a major role in promoting computer science. Cybernetics and the concept of feedback was presented by Wiener. In the information and digital network today, he has presented an idea that is important to us many years ago. And this is a phrase that I love. We are but whirlpools in a river of ever-flowing water. We are not stuff that abides, but patterns that perpetuate themselves. This is the phrase that I like so much. In the 1990s, I started curating media art, and with the Mason computer and artist collaboration has been curated by myself with my partner curator. And this is the exhibition that I put up in 2000 by a German artist, Carlton Nicolai, and Slovenian Marko Perihan. And the artwork was titled Polar. It was more like the spearhead or experimental work using the concept of artificial intelligence. Data collected by computer elicit words and phrases from an original database, which then will be analyzed. And that kind of feedback loop will help expand the database. So that was more like a growth of a database. And this artwork was based on a novel, Solaris, a former East German writer, and Tarkovsky made the film out of the book. And the ocean of Solaris as the source of information was presented. And that has served as the inspiration for Karlsten's artwork. That was about the materialization of emotions and memories. That means that everything that you see materialize is reliant on the feelings and emotions or fantasies one may have. Based on digital commons, online projects were also promoted. And Kingdom of Piracy is a project of the name. And the top page or the jump page is the ocean of information, and suggesting that this is an endeavor to share information. Looking back, we were at the critical point as to whether the information can be shared or be controlled by the authority. And this project pushed for the liberty of information sharing. And this exhibit was put up on NTT Intercommunication Center. It is a digital museum where we had the exhibition. Real-time data measurement has been visualized. And I thought that the CO2 density or radiation can possibly be measured if you wear those devices that can then be shared over a Google map. So sharing information of environmental information was part of the project as well. And Karsten and Marco also had another exhibition at Yamaguchi Information Arts Center that was about natural radiation being measured real time for visualization. Multiple number of Geiger counters were used, and natural radiation from humans or even from granite stones were measured as well. And all these served as part of the artwork for the visualization and oralization of natural radiation. But in less than 1 month's time, we have 311, making the topic of radiation a global topic all of a sudden. And since 311, Great East Japan earthquake, I started thinking about modern times. And we are today again talking about how we can bridge future and modern times as well. And the flow of information is something that I have always been interested in. And as part of that project, I became intrigued by water. And in 2001, I had an exhibition. In 2012, we had an exhibition titled Possible Water. And this is the text that I wrote back then. And in the third paragraph, water is not owned by anyone. It is part of the social commons. In terms of the information flow, I also had an exhibition that combined water, energy, and money flows. And we explored underground water path in 2013, along with Yamakawa Fuyuki. And also in International Sapporo Art Festival, I also have asked many artists to present artworks based on water path and underground waterways. And the lost river was juxtaposed against the flow of people. And also the flows of digital waves were also visualized. And I also had a project to convert bioelectric potential into music. At Kenpoku Art Festival, I paid particular attention to soil quality and sustainability, where I asked local industry and artists were bridged together. So, Open Water was the project that I started back in 2018, and this project has been supported greatly by Professor Jinnai. I learned a lot from him. Looking into the waterways of Tokyo, you realize that it goes beyond prefectural boundaries or sometimes national boundaries. So looking at one waterway means that you're looking at waterways across the globe. I visited sources of water, and I would be skipping all the pages because I'm running out of time, and I've been engaged in a range of field work and research visits. Oh, by the way, in 2018, we had a Tokyo Water Taxi project. And Dr. Jinnai formulated a great route by which to stroll Tokyo rivers on a Tokyo water taxi. I'm using these pictures without his permission, by the way. And artist research and nice workshops, also research tours to Nagaragawa River or Arakawa River. And in relation to Nakagawa Canal, waterfront usage and open water park picnic has been initiated as well. I had picnics at different places, having tea and having dialogues. And forum of communication can possibly be presented. And EDA's artist team was invited to a tea ceremony, which they usually have indoors, but they came to the coastal side under the full moon. And you can see Tokyo Disneyland over the other coast. Media artist and also herbal medicine doctor and other experts were brought together as an experimental artwork. We enjoyed time and we played and researched. I believe that play and art and research are interchangeable words. I also went to Tamagawa River and I also went to geographical layers or kayaking Tokyo rivers on a rainy day. And that is something that I did from Nihonbashi to Sameshimagawa. And I believe that getting close to water side revitalize people's minds. It was a very difficult year under the pandemic last year, but we had an event of with Yamakawa Huyuki to have a live performance on a Tokyo water taxi over a period of 2 hours, moving several kilometers along the river. On a taxi, one taxi served as the stage and 2 taxis were for the audience. So it was a very luxurious event, but you can also watch it online. And this, I would like to introduce Joseph Boyce by way of closing my presentation. The reason I got into this field was because I was so strongly inspired by him in the 1980s. When he visited Japan in 1984, I for the first time met him in person. He said that every human being is an artist. An expanded definition of art was also presented by him. And what he calls social sculpture means that every human being can be an artist. And that belief needs to be spread across the society. He passed away in 1986, and I think that he was too avant-garde for the contemporaries to understand, but in view of the environmental and other situation, and he also is an environmental activist as well. But what he's been doing and what he was propagating is something that we can now very much relate to. And he is having his centenary this year. And he had a short but busy visit to Japan for 8 days. And before departing this country, he went to Koishikawa Park. He loves nature and gardens, and he really did enjoy the park. After his death, Dalai Lama or John Cage, Robert Rauschenberg or Nobel laureate Area Prigozhin, Ryzhov Kapla, Francesco Varela were invited to a symposium titled Art Meets Science, Spirituality, and a Changing Economy that was organized 31 years ago that brought art, science, economy, and spirituality on the same stage. And that is an event that Japan should be having again. And this year, as I prepare for the event, which was initially organized or planned, Uzawa Hirofumi's concepts were also included, and Uzawa's daughter, Urabe Mari, is coming to the event as well. Odori-tan is providing a keynote speech on the event. And I think that it is related to today's theme, and that is why I have covered all this in my presentation. And ecosophy is the concept that I would like to share with you. And I want to spread art just as water permeates into the ground. So again, water and art is very close and akin to one another. And today's theme, water as common and art. And informational flow was inspired by the flow of energy as upheld by Joseph Beuys. So in that sense, I'm the same as Joseph Beuys. And this is what Uzawa's. The social common includes water, forest, river, and lakes. Social infrastructure and institutions. Social infrastructure was the area where he also emphasized as well. And we really have to make efforts to regain better connection between social infrastructure and nature. And social infrastructure can be a key bridge among all these factors, and I'm running out of my time already. To live, art and water are the things that we cannot do without for us to live. People's creativity and living with art in your heart is something that is crucially important. And with this, I came to this stage. And space and marine and plant and animals, all these are connected. And humans were also the life of the universe as well. And we'll be certainly talking about universe later. Science and romanticism are the areas where I look forward to discussing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So art is visualizing what is happening to human beings and to society, and also water is a social commons. Ms. Shikata, you talked about the flow of water as well as the flow of information, that we need to be conscious of that, and also through art. We might be able to notice and recognize something precious. That's the way I heard your presentation. Thank you very much for that. Now, from Linz, we have Ms. Yoko Shimizu joining us. So please start your presentation. Well, thank you very much. The River Danube is behind me from my home. My lab is very close, but I have to cross the bridge over this river. And the water and the sky is very beautiful, and I created this background for this meeting. So I'd like to introduce a little bit about my activities using my material. I hope you see my slides. So as I was introduced, I am Yoko Shimizu. I'm an artist, and I am also a science researcher. Right now, I am trying to fuse science and art, and I'm trying to create art and also pursue research worldwide. Initially, I was a creative director and consultant at a company. That's how I started my career. But then after that, I started my lab and a studio, and at many museums, at companies, also with the local governments. I am collaborating with these partners. And recently, Nagoya in Linz. And Ars Electronica Future Lab, there is this creative lab, and there is this R&D division within this, and I am a researcher there, as well as an artist there. So why is it art and science? Why is it that I'm trying to fuse the two? I'm often asked this question. But for me, art and science, both are very similar. Both are creative areas. It's about exploring new ideas and also breaking through boundaries. So I believe the approach to art and science are very similar. So I was born in Kyoto. I was surrounded by great nature and also a lot of traditional Japanese art. So I love both of them. Along the river, I would often catch living creatures and then catch frogs in the rice paddies or even tadpoles. And also, I asked an artist to teach me art when I was a little child. And then after that, because of my father's work, I went to the United States. I spent my elementary and junior high school years there. Modern art, I was exposed to modern art on a daily basis there. And maybe nature, science, I love it because, and also I love art. And I started thinking about combining all these things together. In university, biology and also the mechanism of life, which is very beautiful. I wanted to understand how they all function, and life, the universe, space. I wanted to find the key to understand them, and therefore I majored in chemistry in university. In the end, within my university, I actually entered a biology lab. Biology, DNA, very micro things might come to mind, but we also have this macro aspect of the waterways as well as the ecosystem. And then you also have the micro world, which is made up of many different mechanisms. So the lab art and field work, I was able to look at both sides. And also the water area. I was in the lab where the professor focused on the waterway and the water world, going out onto the sea on a vessel to capture samples. Also would go up to the mountain to pick plants and look at the ecosystem there, to observe the ecosystem. But basically, he focused on a water environment and would take that to the lab to carry out chemical analyses and also pick model creatures and culture them to look at the cells and microorganisms for analysis. And now the industrial technologies as well as the bioscience and life science areas. Art is getting closer to these areas now, I believe, because the industrial, technological, very dry environments or the digital environment where humans acted, well, then how do we go beyond that to expand our activities? I believe that we need to go out into the real world, to the natural world, to look and try to understand life itself. So now we have this wet lab using water to carry out biological analyses, but also to create artwork. So as an individual artist and as a researcher, I also work, but I also try to bring together science, technology, and art design, which becomes a very big project. So I work as a director and project manager. After I graduated from university, I became a creative consultant and creative director, and I go to technology companies. They are our clients, and I would work with them. And after that, I started to come up with an idea to establish my own studio and lab for coming up with events, conferences, workshops, and also for collaboration with research institutions. This global collaboration, the Ars Electronica collaboration, came out of this part. Now, Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, the IT Big Bang creators, they have said that if they were living as the next generation, they said that they would have worked in biology or bioscience. They said that the next big thing was in bioscience. And right now, I am joining Ars Electronica Future Lab and Beyond Earth. So looking at space, living things on Earth, creating or combining these together. So I am a co-founder and co-director of Beyond Earth, which tries to link that. And I'm here in Linz in Austria most of the time, but I actually want to go back and forth between Tokyo and also go to United States. But because of Corona, from last year to this year, I have been stationed here in Linz. Now, what are the biological projects that I've done individually? I would like to introduce just a little bit of them. I was very interested in plants. And if you look at the history of Earth, the most important chemical reaction, the biological chemical reaction, is actually photosynthesis. And because of photosynthesis, the global environment changed greatly, and life, all kinds of life forms were able to live on Earth. Well then, this very important chemical reaction, can I not use this for artistic expression? So this is photosynthegraph. So bringing together photosynthetic and also analog photography to print many different things on plant leaves. So this is a graphic print using the law of nature. So you actually put some films on the leaves, and you illuminate light on it for chemical reaction, so that you can print all kinds of things onto the leaves. These are actual paintings, but this was created in my Brooklyn studio. I have used all kinds of different photos. Other than that, using gravity and light. What is the relationship between gravity and light? So this is called gravitotropism. This is a series of my work where in this installation, the tulip bulbs were planted upside down so that they grow upside down in midair, but then the stems gradually turn 180 degrees to face upwards because the plant hormone will detect the gravity of Earth. So however you put these bulbs, they try to grow upwards, and the reaction is very strong and very beautiful. So it's not just 180 degrees, you can turn them in an S curve, or you can turn them around 90 degrees, or you can even turn them 360 degrees. Also, this communication with plants, other than that, and also other than the chemical reaction, I have the series where I try to look at many different life forms, especially microorganisms, because you have uncountable types of microorganisms like cheese, wine, shoyu, and miso. The fermentation is caused because of these microorganisms, and people have been using microorganisms. We have been living together with them all throughout history. So using that cycle of life for artistic expression. So I tried to utilize all kinds of cells and microorganisms and put them into different chemical environments, conditions. Initially, I planted these patterns onto the Petri dishes. They were micro scale, but as life grows along these patterns, and of course they will dwindle and die in the end, but you can see and actually feel the cycle of life through this creation. This is under the microscope, but up close, each and every individual cell, you can see how they are combined together as if it is creating a landscape on Earth. So this is a cellscape from the microscope. Well then, as I said earlier, other than food, we might be able to create a lot of things with other life forms, and many scientists have tried to create materials by cultivating different life forms. For example, cellulose for textile or for paper. Those that have that kind of texture, you can create them in water, and maybe with laser processing or other technology, you can really process them into actual material. Or you might use those materials for creating devices with certain functions like speakers. So using all kinds of life forms or organisms, or through the life mechanisms, art materials and art itself could be created, and also you can give function to these materials. And that's what I'm creating. And also beyond that, just recently, AI and machine learning, combining that with biology and design and creativity. So biology, AI, and design is an area that I have stepped into. And biomimicry, mimicking the mechanism of life. Over 4 billion years, life form have evolved into a very advanced form with function and mechanisms. But biomimicry is trying to mimic those biological mechanisms, learning from that in order to create new product design. So then biomimicry, learning from nature, can we not teach that into a machine to create new things? So initially, I like plants, I like plant anatomy, and I have a series related to that. So you take a lot of photographs and images of life forms, not just for research purpose, but maybe teach it to a machine so that you can create new things out of that. Now this is related to space. I said that I was involved in an organization in the United States. So learning from nature so that we can create together with Earth, not just sending something out into space or sending an artwork created on Earth into space or bringing something back from space for creation. Rather than that, understanding science to understand what is happening out in space, or understanding what can only happen out in space, so that we can utilize the knowledge that we have accumulated over the 40 billion years of life evolution. So human activity, through the great navigation days, and also now we are entering the space travel era. NASA is planning to have people living on Mars. So our living area is expanding further. So then how can we utilize space for our art expression? Not just sending something out in space because we will just create a lot of space garbage, but rather utilizing or understanding the ethics of space for our own creation. So teaching a machine something, not just about plants, but everything about life. And through that, we might be able to create art that will float out in space. This is just something different, but we are hoping that we can set this fly soon, and these images will be used in news releases. And other than that, collaboration with Shiseido as an example of my collaboration with companies. So Shiseido has a gallery, Shiseido Gallery in Ginza in Tokyo. There was a Link of Life exhibition in the past, scent of life, fragrance, and using the 5 senses, including the smell, taste, which are things that usually not related to art. But this was a way to experience the latest fragrance and flavor designed by Shiseido. And through this, we had some exhibition talks with artists, and many people were able to experience this. And just a unique urban development. This is about the future tunnel, the Tokyo Gaikan Expressway, which connects many different areas of Tokyo. It's not finished yet, but this was done when the expressway in Chiba Prefecture was completed. So we wanted to connect the underground tunnel up to Mount Fuji. So we used AI, IoT, and natures for an experimental or experiential type installation. With the University of Tokyo, we created this together. And after this, I would like to go into detail later. I won't explain it here now, but the Matsudo International Science Art Festival, I was the director, and I also was involved in planning. I think it was, we started this 3 years ago in Matsudo City in Chiba Prefecture. The main place was here, as you see, International Art Festival to connect art with nature is being done. And this time, art, as well as the city, along the river, how do we connect that is something I want to discuss with people. And I do understand that my time is running out. A lot of installations, exhibitions, how do we let people know about these things? We have a lot of design weeks here, as well as overseas. And right now in the United States, in Atlanta, in the Museum of Design, Atlanta, there is an exhibition ongoing. So with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shimizu-san. Art and biotechnology. That's where you started, and you talked about evolution and space. So the concept of art, the place for expression, keeps on spreading wider. And it was like it was unfolding in front of my eyes. And actually, we, the 4 of us, have done brainstorming together several times. And as part of this, there were several topics that caught our attention. And one of them was the place for art expression and spreading it wider. So that was one of the topics. So regarding this, we would like to deepen the discussion a little more. And you've only just finished, but Ms. Yoko Shimizu, do you have anything to input regarding this? Well, input regarding this, I actually have come up with slides regarding this. From here onwards, we would like to watch slides, and then the 3 of us, we'd like to have lively discussion. Could you please turn on your microphones? And we'd like to have your comments as well. So please go ahead. Okay, thank you very much. So regarding the expanding expressions of art, just a little bit. So in what kinds of places? And regarding the impact on art, I'd like to talk about this. I'd like you to take a look. And I've compiled this about Ars. So Ars Electronica in Austria, in Europe, is in Linz. And Linz City owns a public institution. And the city of Linz, to start out with, so it was a very industrial town. But now UNESCO has designated an international creative city. And people from all over the world, especially there's the Ars Electronica Festival. It's one of the largest global festivals of arts, science, and society. And a lot of people come to the town. And Ars Electronica, what kind of organization is it? First, there's the Museum of the Future, a future museum. There's a center by that name, and here a variety of people, cutting edge AI, robotics, and biotechnology, materials, state-of-the-art technologies are learned. So there's the science hall, and also a museum has been merged together. And then there's Deep Space 8K. This is a giant image space. And regarding artificial intelligence, there are beautiful works of art, but not just that. How do they exist? We learn about the mechanism as well. And this is the materials lab. Regarding a variety of materials, people can study, or they can actually create something by themselves. And mainly, I spend my time at the biolab. Inside the museum, there's this biolab. So when you come over, you can watch me do my research. Regarding biology and art, there are a lot of things that we are doing. And the Future Lab itself is in the R&D division. So with a variety of corporations, we have collaborations, and we do the project management. And regarding images, we distribute programs as well. In particular, since the pandemic, we have been placing a lot of emphasis on sending out video. And we've been having people enjoy the programs. And from the lab, we need to take this into society. The artistic, creative concepts. We don't just come up with the concepts, but how do we sketch out the vision, turn this into a vision? And then how do we make this into a design? And that design, how do we prototype it, simulate it, and then introduce it in society? So I think that's very important. So at our lab, we do all of this. And there's a big festival once a year. That's one of the biggest in the world. And that's where people can actually experience what we're doing. And the creators from all over the world have created a community, and a creative ecosystem is now being created. And other than that, it's not just this. For example, last month, this year in spring, with NHK, we collaborated with them, and we came up with experiencing the possibilities of HK. We held this exhibition in Shibuya. That's another thing that we have been doing. And regarding the Ars Electronica Festival, it's held in September every year. And actually, in the past, physically, we had to have people come to Linz.
But since last year, due to the pandemic, overseas travel has been prohibited, especially under a strict lockdown in Europe. 120 outposts were connected online for the Ars Electronica event. The online platform has been enhanced, and 7 continents has been connected under the theme of garden. Say, for example, Tokyo Garden and other gardens across the globe have been concurrently connected, so it became a more distributed event. Art director of ours said that even if Linz dies out, this festival can still survive, which I thought was quite impressive, a thought. So one forum or one location, if undermined, can still survive if there are other parts of the network. So it has now become a global ecosystem of art online. And into this year, we will be having a hybridized version of the event. Learning from last year's event, we will not only be connecting 120 venues, but we'll be trying out new things. Again, in September, we'll be having the event. Art, a new digital deal is the theme of this year's event. The New Deal strategies or policies in the past is something that you may know. When under global economic competition, a range of policies have been hammered out. And in a post-pandemic world, digital communication will become an imperative, and digital technology, big names, may have a strong hand over the flow of information. So we have to be wise. And life cycle beyond digital, be it life cycle or ecology, needs to be weighed in. And that is why New Digital Deal is the theme of today's event. At a global scale, creative communities are being connected to not only enjoy such events, but also to go to the space. There are such businesses and human activities, but one day beyond Earth. And that is the reason that we have created an organization named Beyond Earth, learning from the nature and working with the universe. And artists in Los Angeles and those in New York, bio gallerists, and myself have teamed up. I as a researcher and artist and global manager. We too have to be connected to share our artworks with the world and with the universe. This is some of the works, and these are on exhibit in Atlanta Museum. Visual paintings are converted into DNAs and to be sent out to the space. Spacecraft have very limited capacity. Larger payload means larger sum of money and energy needed. But if it is converted into DNA data, then the artwork can be more compact. And this is nothing new. And digital artistic data will then be converted into binary data of zeros and ones, which will then be transformed into DNA sequences, which will then be converted into the DNA model. American Twist of Biotines is the company of biotechnology. They too work with Microsoft and other DNA chipping or storage companies. And they are part of the project, and it is one of the blue chip companies in this field. And working together with them, seamless and large capacity data should be able to be encapsulated in a smaller and long-lasting and compact package of art that contains data. And working with them, we are now building the data to be encapsulated in a metal container. And space collaborator companies in the US will then take that small capsule on their spaceships.
So we're going out to space, from the Earth to space. And when I talk to other people involved, once you go out to space, then you can look back over the blue Earth, and you can reconfirm how important the planet Earth is. And you need to think about activities. Lots of people become activists in protecting the environment and the Earth. And of course, to expand culture and civilization of human beings, it's very important to try to develop like this. And the planet Earth, how important it is. And this is the cradle for all living creatures. It's a commons for all creatures. The waterfront is important. We need to protect it. And we need to live together. I think that's very important. Thank you. So what do you think? Yes, ours in 1991, I went there for the first time, and back then VR was really popular. And back then there was an academic conference mainly. And from 1995-96, the internet emerged. And the current director, I think the era has changed. And back then it started in 1997, and the river Danube, there was Grand Borke. People came together and they had a big sound event. And in that respect, by the river. So for the local people, this kind of public, state-of-the-art, experimental music project being done outdoors, and this spirit existed to start out with. I think that's very important. Other than that, space or bio, and all over the world, the relationship with people and the artists' network is very important. So the corporations, researchers, we need to try to link them. These state-of-the-art innovation-like moves. These are being done, and this is globally a top organization. So globally, the state-of-the-art science and the communication with the local community. So this is you're doing both. That's the feeling I get. And Shimizu-san is there right now, and as an artist, and she has a lab. So in the lab, she's also active. So I thought it was extremely interesting. And how should I put this? Like Jindai-san was saying, Venice at night and the darkness, that really interests me. Darkness is scary, but you also feel possibilities and potential. And right now, space. Regarding science, we're trying to get rid of darkness. However, including COVID-19, what the human beings have been doing is there's a limit to what we can do. And including global warming, we're in a very dire situation. So once again, human beings themselves, they need to think about the reason for their existence and their relationship with the world. And there, darkness. Once again, I think we need to rethink darkness. So even if we try to break through darkness, we fall into the next darkness. And I think darkness can just stay there as darkness. I have a feeling that that's how people now feel. The scientific technologies and the modern science and the advanced, there's the methodology and the methods of proving things. But with just that methodology, is that really enough? I'm starting to question this. So Venice and the darkness there at night, I think that's very important. And human beings, the darkness within them, the mentally. There are a lot of things that we need to once again think about. Think about existence. That's the feeling I get right now. So sorry to be sidetracked, but Jinnai-san, what do you think? We've had a lot of things that we've been talking about. Yes. In particular, in Japan, in this modern era, from the West, especially from Europe first and then from the United States, we have imported civilization and advanced our science and technology. Things have become convenient, there's been economic growth, and we've become a very functional society. That's the yardstick that we have given priority to. And the other things, there are a lot of other things, including darkness, but we've gotten rid of all of that to make things more efficient. However, when we fall into a panic, things stop functioning, and there's no resilience. But in Europe and the United States, from an early stage, people have recognized the limitations of modern society, and they changed direction since the 1960s. And what Shimizu-san had to say, this is very enlightening, but nature and art.
So this is really related to how you grasp nature. Up until recently, it was more like a binary choice of nature and art or artificial things. And things are becoming increasingly artificial. Industrialization and modernization being equal to urbanization. Urbanization in the West, especially after the spread of cholera, made some backward changes. But now, urbanization is nearly equal to the population growth, and that was the area that Japan tended to be hooked up to. And in Italy, well, I lived in Italy for several years, and in a library, you can have spot lightings, and you don't just put the light across the room. So Venezia is very good as well. When I landed on Rome on a domestic flight, I was impressed because the sky in Venice was brighter and orange, and it was dimly lit. Whereas continental Europe tends to be much brighter even in the evening. So Biennale is where the Venice has the event, and also waterfront, well connected to people's communities. Ms. Shimizu introduced links to us, and by the river Danube, where creative activities are flourishing. Ars Electronica is an organization that is organized by Linz City. I also heard this from Ms. Shimizu as well. Water and other utility companies and Ars Electrica are the same in terms of the positioning, because what art can present us with, which tends to be more overlooked in our everyday life. Yeah, but another important factor was that Linz was a city, industrial city by the river, and the river being the veins without which they couldn't live. And into the latter half of the 20th centuries, the industries were dying out, and they had to find a way to revitalize the community. A new technology was then introduced, and which was biotechnology and bioscience in general. And ever since, new art emerged. So it's not really a simple art, but they are seeing the birth of new arts, and that is why the art is more compelling. And as I mentioned previously, urbanization and industrialization is equals to increase in population, and industrialization is dry, whereas bio industry is less drier, and that is not as mechanical. Life comes into being only when there is water. And Chinese rocket landed on Mars just recently, and they are now wondering or exploring life. And dry environment can possibly be the cradle of life under certain circumstances. But life and water have always been inseparative. So wet and bioart and biology and the essence of water are inseparable, I would say. Water is flowing into different categories and types of land or into different ecosystems. That means that the water needs to be of good quality with nutrients in it. So in modern times, the world has become drier, if you will, and the division of shadow and light, or the disconnection or disconnect between the two, is something that the world has suffered. But the world is more ambiguous, and there should be some confrontations, like, for example, the flood. So that actually gives the space for people to take liberal actions. And that is what happens where we see water. And also life or organisms can be presented along with the waterfront development, and that should be an indispensable component of a project. And that is something that I will probably be discussing, and that is probably the model that will be replacing the current model. And the same is true with art.
We sometimes use bio, but art itself is something that is created by people, together with people, and it's hard to project sometimes these days. And in public spaces and in many ways, many people are involved. I can say the same about online events as well. So the modern context shows that it's not as if we are just facing an art on the wall. We are interacting with the art, and by interacting with them, the art itself changes. So art comes back to us. What is the organism? What is more important? What is most important? That's what we have to think about. Yes. So the observer and the object were separate in the modern place, but now we have to interact with the object, and as a result, objects themselves are changing. The people, especially in Linz, are sensing the trend. So such trend shouldn't be limited in Linz. It should be spread around the world. That's what I felt. So actually, Yoko-san, please. In Japan, we have 4 distinct seasons and beauty of the nature. They were experienced and enjoyed through haiku, Japanese traditional poems. So Japanese people are very sensible, and creating art along the waterway is something Japanese people are good at. And I actually was saying something earlier. That's the thing that Japanese people had traditionally, but we tended to forget that, and Western people started to shift toward that. Yes, we used to have that sense. In urban planning, ecological items are included in Western countries, and Design with Nature is a book that was published in a Western country, and all the Japanese people who studied there read that book, but the book was not translated into Japanese until later. But the city needs to be created together with the nature. We have GIS, and we can put a lot of layers on top of data, but he was doing that using tracing paper with the historical legacy, nature, river, and waterway. And then based on that, he decided how to build the city. But he actually said that he was inspired by Japan. He talked a lot about Japan in his book. So the symbiosis with the nature that we had in Japan is something that he learned from Japan. And Han is another person who learned from Japan. But the Japanese people started to remember that in early 2000s. So we used to have that in the Japanese culture, and we have to recognize that. Yes, and Hattori-san, as you mentioned, the concept of art, and of course, Professor Jinnai also said that, but the concept of art, maybe in Japan we have sciences and arts separated. That may be the reason, but it's not that the art piece is in a frame and decorative item. Japanese people tend to think that, but Shikata-san and other panelists mentioned earlier, and ours also values that art is not just that. Just like the Water Treatment Bureau or the utilities, art is very important in cultivating nature, and artistic creativity is valued in various industries and also by individuals. So everyone, and each individual is an artist, as I mentioned in the presentation. So creative and artistic ideas can be utilized in daily life, and we can also use that in organically developing the waterfront and human and culture cultivation as well. So from this perspective, we can say that artistic ideas can be used in developing the area organically by combining wet and dry items. We can use that as a bridge.
So we can approach it from different angles. That's why we can call it commons. And it's the same with arts. as Shimizu-san has said earlier, NHK's 8K experiment, I believe in Linz, in Arts Electronica, NHK is approaching Ars Electronica for collaboration in order to find and identify art because they are common assets for society. And yes, Jinnai-san, Dr. Jinnai, and you might all know, but in Europe, artists are recognized, well recognized in society. But here in Japan, we are still quite behind. And Ars Electronica on the city side is supporting all this effort. And in response to this, you are doing all kinds of projects. And this is now going beyond borders. It's becoming global. And I believe this is also a commons. And arts is opening a global common space. And yes, that it's going to be a very important thing. And this time we are focusing on the Nakagawa Canal, but maybe we can go global from there, and maybe we can go global from space. Hattori-san, you talked about being conscious of outer space. And that has inspired me to talk about many different things. And also in Linz, along the water side, the industrial area is developed, and also Nakagawa Canal is the same. It's quite similar. It developed in a similar way. So these areas are hoping to see more new things. Yes, right now truck transportation is more popular, but the warehouses are still used. But the utilization is not just that. You have to utilize it better. And I actually was reminded about a very important thing right now. Aichi Prefecture is a special zone for space development. Systems and materials are used for space development. I'm not really sure, but not just Nagoya, but there is a concentration of technology in this area. And I think that could be linked together with the Nakagawa Canal waterway. That may be one way to go about. Yes, I also would like to be involved. And in the discussion that we just had, I believe this will lead to discussion too. Oh, yes, and we are running out of time. Creative city was another keyword I heard, and cultural economy area. A female researcher talked about this, but she is in Amsterdam for her research, but the local government is supporting this, and there's a lot of space for art in former warehouses in industrial areas, and young creative artists would go to these warehouses to create their artwork with the support of the local government. So there is a lot of potential for artwork. Yes, the waterway is a space where we can create a lot of artistic work. In the Shibaura district, there's this place called Shibaura House. You have this space here. It is an old house, and many people would come to have some tea, but Amsterdam City and Minato Ward can get together for a revitalization along the waterway. And Amsterdam and Minato City and in Shibaura, even under coronavirus, we can such collaboration is possible. Well, the Shibaura Canal is also very important. It's crisscrossing along the city, and the canals in Amsterdam were made in the modern age. In Japan also, there's a lot of waterways made in these areas. That's the Nakagawa Canal is one of those canals, and these are very rare. So the Shibaura and Amsterdam collaborating together is very interesting. The Nakagawa Canal can also tie up with some city, maybe with Linz. And yes, Schmidt-san, other than Linz, there are other areas like New York or others where a lot of work is going on. And Hattori-san, you have asked me to come up with other examples. Yes, we only have about 25 minutes or so left. So Shimizu-san, you have talked about Matsudo City in Chiba Prefecture, about science and art. I believe it was about an art festival, the Matsudo International Science Art Festival, utilizing the local people's power to revitalize the area. If you can explain a little bit more about that.
And regarding New York, maybe I can introduce some aspect. So I think New York is a representative example. This is Brooklyn, New York. And going back to that, why did they start the art and science? Well, I was living in the US when I was young, and I also went to New York. And Brooklyn is at the waterfront. And Manhattan has already been highly developed, and advanced galleries and other studios were there. And now the land price is going up in Brooklyn, but the raw sort of factory or industrial feel is still remaining. And bio industrial park is established there. So bio and design are combined in this community. So I wanted to show these photos to you. So bio design lab exhibition was held there, and the BioBat, Brooklyn Army Terminal, the large warehouse area is used for bio complex, and artistic space has been developed there. And children can learn in the area, and programmers, designers are coming there, and non-bio researchers can learn in this area. Gen Space is the name of the company. So I have been engaging there, and I also gave a class to high school students. About 8 years ago, this area was a warehouse district, and only the logistic companies were there, but about 100 artists were renting out the floors of the warehouse, and they made them into studios. And this is a reminder from the Facebook, a latest reminder. Hattori-san came to this area before, and when she came, yes, I remember. Of course, yeah, it's very, the area has a raw feeling, and the elevator is an industrial elevator. You have the shutter, and the truck would unload the cargoes to the elevator. So it's not very safe here, but Hattori-san was wearing a very high-end brand clothes. You looked very nice, but I thought that I had to protect you in this unsafe area. That's what I remember from your visit. So that's this area. But a lot of artists were expanding from this area, and then this area has become popular. An industrial boutique and restaurants are emerging, and you can also take yoga lessons in this area. So the area has changed, and a lot of artists are moving to another area. So there's another colony now, but Industrial City is a creative and diverse hub of Brooklyn, and waterfront is where people can experience that feel. Sunset Park is the coolest neighborhood in Lonely Planet. Top 10 neighborhood. That's what has been said. So artists' power changed organically the city. They led the change. It's not as if the developers were changing or redeveloping this area, but organically artists were making this city beautiful. And in Brooklyn, you can see graffiti all around the city. So you can see the very raw and cool feel. And in the bio lab, programmers and designers are collaborating. This is a very interesting area. So this is one case that I wanted to introduce. And another one is an example from Japan. The Cultural Affairs Agency and Chiba Prefecture, Matsudo City are working together. Matsudo City is right next to Tokyo, across Edogawa River, and it's a commuter's town. A lot of people commute to Tokyo. It's about 30 minutes away from Tokyo, and there is nature and the rivers, and also at the top of the hill, you can have the Tokugawa shogunate building as well. It's a very well-balanced city. That's what I think. And when I came back from New York, I was working in Tokyo for some time, and it's these rough areas, and designers are redeveloping and revitalizing these areas. And I heard from someone that Matsudo is similar to Brooklyn in a way. So I rented out one floor of a very old building, and I ripped off all the ceiling and wallpapers, and I decided to remodel the area. Also the electric wiring was done by professionals, but the wall painting and interior design, I did that all by myself. It was hard work.
But the Brooklyn artists did the same. They took up a shabby room and reformed them, and I tried to do it. It was really tough. I sometimes regretted doing it, but somehow in the end, I came up with this in about 6 months. So every day after work, I worked on remodeling the room and created into a gallery as well as a creation space for myself. And many creative professionals were there, these young creative people. I was wondering where they actually were living because we didn't have an opportunity to get together. But in Sunset Park in Brooklyn, there is this area called Wide Open, or the labs, theaters, galleries are areas where artists will gather together for some events. But in Matsudo City, there weren't any such places. So up on top of the hill, there was this very beautiful place which looks down upon Tokyo and also the river. Gardening technologies as well as traditional technologies were used to build this building. It was a wonderful Japanese-style building. I felt that it was really cool. And this was supposed to be innovative back then. I thought that rather than leaving this building alone, we have to utilize this building. And however, this was an important cultural asset. It was very difficult to get the understanding, an agreement, but I thought that this could connect people in the city and also the researchers at Chiba University as well as the University of Tokyo. I thought that this could be an innovative space. And that's the festival, the Matsudo International Science Art Festival. And this isn't managed top-down. The young people in the city, for example, I was the total director, overall director, but there is a project manager, and the project managers will lead the architect leader, the communication leader, and also the staff leader on the ground. And among the staff leader, there are a lot of local citizens, local youngsters who worked with us. So this turned into a very big festival, and it developed really organically. I'd like to explain about the themes using this.
Fields. In the Matsudo International Science Art Festival, we bring in innovators, innovative research centers, artists in science from around the world to present their latest works in the special exhibitions, workshops, and talks throughout the city of Matsudo.
Ars Electronica is a cultural creative institution based in the city of Linz in Austria. So this exhibition, we show 3 interesting projects. What if we could listen to the kind of breathing of the small insect as a beat? Or the time is flowing, So, but we never touch the time, and also individually the time is different. How to capture the different senses of time.
We are very happy to show a work that we developed in 2016 at the Ars Electronica Center. And it's a real-time sonification and visualization of all man-made objects orbiting Earth. And what we are interested in is the patterns that are created by this. We want to rather open questions than find answers. It's up to the audience what to make of.
株式会社エールの岡島玲奈と申します。今、会社では人工的に流れ星を作ろうということをやっておりまして、人工衛星を開発しております。なのでエンターテインメントとしてみんなで楽しんでもらうというのはもちろんなんですけれども、同時にサイエンスが発展するっていうところがポイントです。
Matsudo International Science and Art Festival aims to connect science, art, and nature. The Tojo-tei Shoun-tei in the Tojo-gaoka Historic Park is located on top of a hill that overlooks the entire city.
This building was full of really innovative technologies. But now, of course, it's positioned as a historical building. I think the encounter between tradition and new technology, very unique. Creative collisions allows us to find new possibilities for tomorrow.
The objective of the festival is not just to introduce the works of innovators, but to bring together all of the citizens like ourselves to collaborate, inspire each other, create new projects so that we can build a truly creative city and society together.
The workshop that I visited yesterday, that was an amazing research, and to see those small kids with the parents being amazed about trying to visualize and track cosmic rays, that was amazing. And if this knowledge comes to the people, it is very certain that the people will do something very different with it and maybe much more meaningful than the scientists who just work with it.
サイエンスだけではなく、そのアートとかエンターテインメントっていうところとコラボレーションしていくっていうのが本当に重要だと思っています。なのでどんどんそういった未来はもう科学とアートとエンターテインメントがどんどん融合してくると、もうみんなすごい楽しいんじゃないかなと思います。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for that. So people or artists who have lived there for a long time, with their activities, the city can change greatly. What is your impression? Well, Matsudo City, many people have gathered. I believe there was support and they had a lot of potential. And I believe capturing that potential is a part of the creativity of the artists. And the city is, I believe, supporting all that effort. And the latest technology back then, the technology of Japan and the pre-modern technology that Japan had, as Dr. Jinnai has said, once again, we need to retrieve that, recapture that. And that has to be done in the city, just like Matsudo. If we can do that in other places as well, that would be really great. The place is really beautiful. The shabby, broken down buildings that you talked about, and you said that you tried to find these places, and you said that you might find them in Matsudo. Your instinct was really great. And also there's a lot of buildings like that in this Nakagawa district area. So for a very long time, they were not seen as valuable things. They were seen as negative things because they were so shabby, they were obsolete. But if you look at them from a different perspective, from a viewpoint of the 21st century, they become treasures. And that perspective is probably because of an artist as well as architects who have this renovation perspective. Renovation is really interesting. And also Japanese architecture, utilizing important cultural assets like that is really great. I think Japan has changed in that sense. Japanese architects really live and breathe within nature. The building will be communicating with the garden, and with many people gathering together in such a place, it's really creative.
The two of you may not know, but Nakagawa Canal, the shabby and broken down area, is loved and by Asai Nobuyoshi, who wants to create a hub of dancing here. He is inserting his energy here, and from 10 years ago, ever since Nakagawa Canal event started, Rinnai and other companies and shrines have been approached by him, and he's working with these organizations. There are many artists who have made effort, but as a port and harbor, the classification of that area is very rigid, and he was unable to make that happen. So he gave up that idea and he went to Kogane, which is a bit far from Canal. And just like Shimizu-san, he used a 4-story building. Just like Shimizu-san remodeled the floor, he remodeled that building from scratch. And using his network, many dance performers come from all around the world to that area. And they're performing together. So that is becoming the hub of community. I think there are many possibilities, and there are people who want to make that happen. We don't have much time. Yes. So should we talk about Nakagawa Canal before we close? Yes, we have about 10 minutes left. So I apologize for not being able to keep the time properly, but in closing, I want to have your thoughts on the future of Nakagawa Canal from each of you. Professor Jenna, can you start? Well, I have been to many different cities around the world. I went to new places as well, and I have been wondering why Japan has not been able to do what other cities have been able to do, changing the values and mindset. All around the world, many companies are relocating to waterfront in the UK and in Dublin. I've seen that trend, and to achieve that, many municipalities are developing the infrastructure and also giving some relief or subsidy measures. But in any case, they are moving away from industrialization or pre-modern era. From that perspective, we can see the direction of the values. Many companies and many organizations are going in that direction, as we saw from panelists. And to make that happen, waterfront area is optimal. Yeah, it's amazing to have a waterfront area here. Yes, because other areas conventionally have been bound by the conventional thoughts and beliefs and mechanism and human relations. So they are bound by these precedents. And in Japan's case, we tend to redevelop the areas and create open space and build high-rise buildings, but that's not sustainable. And it's not often successful either. And now we are at the historic juncture, starting 1970s. The spaces are remaining with historical values, and these areas are connected to waterway and the world. In these areas, we have inspirations, and we have warehouses in Nakagawa Canal. So we have a lot of different possibilities. We have a lot of elements. So we don't have to start anew. We already have a wonderful landscape. But it's not just about Nagoya. In Tokyo, Shinagawa and Shibaura are there, and Terada warehousing is doing a great job, and R Soko and E so-called warehousing companies. Some of the presidents of these companies are my friends. They are trying to make effort, but the administration is not supporting their effort. And the real estate market, real estate industry would want to build apartment buildings there. So Nakagawa Canal is at the milestone, at the juncture, and the citizens have a great power. We also heard about New York earlier. A lot of stakeholders are there, and many interests are there, many ethnic groups are there, and all of them have to create the area together. That kind of new movement can be started, and to do so, Nakagawa Canal is the best place. Thank you.
Ms. Shikata, please. Well, just one word about what we've talked about earlier. Art, science. I often talk about open art, open science. Working and thinking together with the general public. Having a space like that is very important, and some of the things that we introduced today were like that. And we are living in such an era. And creating such a space along the Nakagawa Canal would be best. It was there has about 90 years has passed since it was being used, but only 1/3 of the time it was in full use. So we need to think about new use, and it's all about people. And this aspiration to work together, this love that we have for the world, as Hattori-san has mentioned, yes, and Aichi Prefecture, Aichi, the kanji characters for Aichi is love and knowledge, so we have to bring the two together. And lastly, and about Nakagawa Canal, one thing that comes to mind is Nagoya and Aichi has a lot of human resources in the area of manufacturing from the 80s and 90s. Art and Technology Biennale is being held here, and Media Select, media art festivals and events were held here in 90s and also before the 2000s. And also there's the International Electronics Conference was held here as well. So you have a lot of human resources related to art. You have students in art, media art, art science, and science technology students, as well as alumni. So if you can bring all these people together to start something, maybe with the people already in the industry, in manufacturing, and also in information, ICT, many combinations could be possible. There is this great potential here along the Nakagawa Canal as I watch the river flowing very quietly. Thank you very much. One last word from Ms. Shimizu, please, in just 1 or 2 minutes, please. The Matsudo example, this was started 4 years ago. But with the coronavirus, at one time we were out of resources, but Matsudo City as well as the cultural agency have supported us. Just because we are facing tough times, we don't want this event to disappear. Because we are having a tough time, we want to get together. Under COVID-19, the young creators were facing a tough time, but they worked really well, and that was really cool. And I think that this is not going to disappear. Even if the funding runs out, the culture itself will remain. And myself as a founder and also a director, I am here out in another country. I was afraid that the event will disappear, but now a young director who was working under me is at the top now. So cities have to be organic, means you have to develop, you have to have young people grow and hand it down to the next generation. We need to have this relay, just like the handing down the baton of DNA. I believe we need to create events in that way. And initially, the reason why I had the studio is in Nagoya, my grandfather had this pickle factory, and he had this warehouse, and I asked him to use the warehouse. Initially, I was working in this warehouse that had this pickling smell, but I recreated that space. Yes, you are now a very famous person. 10 years ago in Nagoya, you were working in one of those shabby buildings. So Nakagawa Canal and the warehouses along the river, you have these wonderful buildings that could be utilized. I believe these are the places that should be the organic spaces for art creation. And you can make these places to become a place for encounter so that young people can meet other people and hand along the baton from one generation to another so that the sources of inspiration will never dry out. So I do hope that Canal Art, I could work together with Canal Art in the future.
Then before we close, I want to say a few words. We had 3 panelists, and listening to the 3 panelists, I was able to feel that there are many potentials. This world is created by people's consciousness, and if we are not conscious, then we cannot make anything materialized. What is important going forward? What should we do about waterfront? I think that you have given insight. Art is as important as water. That's what I thought. And at the waterfront, we can feel that. And Nakagawa Canal should be one of them. And then children in this area can be successful in the world arena. So the talks by the 3 panelists were very valuable. Going forward at Nakagawa Canal and also for the revitalization of waterfront in Japan, I hope that their insights will be used going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hattori-san, Professor Jinai, Shikata-san, and Shimizu-san. It was a very active discussion. Thank you so much. I was listening to your talk. So artists are pushing their art to the space, and they are very powerful. And Jinnai-san also talked about sensibility. Japanese people have a great sensibility, but then the US and Europe started utilizing that earlier than Japanese people. So I think that it gave us great insight. In order to use waterfront, there are many ideas and senses that we can use. I think that today is a great opportunity to start working on that. Thank you very much for wonderful insights. Thank you very much for your applause. We now close the opening discussion 1, Waterfront Cosmology, Art, Consciousness, and the Future. Now we will have a break. The next session starts at 3:45. Opening discussion 2, JPIC Symposium, Nakagawa Canal Waterfront Area Revitalization Project is the theme of the next discussion. Thank you very much.
皆様、お待たせいたしました。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. Thank you for your attendance. The last program of today begins now. Open discussion 2, JPIC, Japan Project Industry Council Symposium, Nakagawa Canal Waterfront Area Revitalization Project begins. Now I give the floor to the members of JPIC. Thank you very much. We would like to begin the symposium. Before we begin the program, we would like to announce to the viewers, if you have any questions, please post your questions to the chat box. Because of the limitation of time, we might not be able to take all the questions, but we will respond to you later on from the Secretariat. So please comment and add your contact in the chat as well. Thank you very much for waiting. This is a symposium hosted by Japan Project Industry Council. Thank you very much for joining us today. We now begin the symposium by JPIC, Nakagawa Canal Waterfront Area Revitalization Project. I'm Miura from JPIC. I will be serving as a moderator today. Now, I would like to ask Marukawa-san from JPIC to say a few words, and he will also give the overview of today's session.
皆様こんにちは。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 2-hour symposium starting now. And I am Maruka from JAPIC, the Japan Project Industry Council. And I understand that we have many people attending. Thank you very much for your kind attendance. JAPIC, we have people from electricity, construction, steel, banks, many different companies from many different industries. And this is a cross-industry private sector organization. We want to create the basis for an affluent society so that we can look at an infrastructure project looking at 20 years and 30 years ahead. Some of the specifics is the Aqua Line along on the Tokyo Bay is one of them, and also revitalization of local communities. Our Vice Chair, Hideo Nakamura, has led the way, looking at Hokkaido all the way down to Okinawa. We have focused on 15 different projects, large-scale projects, to make specific proposals. And in the Aichi, Chukyo district, we are focusing on the Nakagawa Canal. Already, Nagoya City and our council has companies in the Nagoya area, and they are creating the Chubu committee, and also the Nakagawa Canal is involved in making proposals. And for several years, we have been going to Europe to learn about the state-of-the-art infrastructures and carbon neutral DX. We have these new trends, and also we have to consider a post-corona era. And based on that, for this International Canal Forum, we have been honing our proposals from JAPIC. We have Mr. Horiba, the Vice Mayor of Nagoya City, and we are connected together through the web. We have many people who are knowledgeable about the Nakagawa Canal among the panelists, and we look forward to hearing the presentations. And thank you very much for attending online. We would like to hear from you so that we can make our proposal a very feasible one, so that we can revitalize as soon as possible the Nakagawa Canal waterfront area. And we also want to connect and collaborate together with the people in Nagoya. This will be a long 2-hour symposium, but we hope that you enjoy and we can have a fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. We now would like to begin the presentations. First, we have Hayashi-san. Hayashi-san will be talking about the living, residing, leisure, and culture and art in the waterfront. And then we will have Horiba-san, the Vice Mayor, to talk about the revitalization of Nakagawa Canal. Now, Professor Hayashi, the floor is yours. Please give me one moment. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. In JAPIC project, I have been involved in the study of European countries. And for that reason, I am the first one to make a presentation today. Revitalization of Nakagawa Canal is the theme of my presentation. Culture, art, living, working, and leisure. These things should crisscross with one another in the waterfront area. And in revitalizing Nakagawa Canal, we have to think about what kind of times Japan is positioned and how Nakagawa Canal is positioned. We have to understand that. My understanding is that Japan is aging, and also I'm sure you've heard the term work-life balance, but there is an unbalance there. And every year, the GDP growth rate target is set by each country in the 20th century. But in the era of 21st century, we have to shift from people for economy to economy for people. The economy should be utilized for the lives and livelihood. And it's not monotonous. We have various generations and many people come together, and living places and working places should be materialized at the same time to achieve work-life balance. And I believe that we are shifting toward a society that accepts various and diverse values. And second is that there are climate crises, natural disasters, and also pandemic, just like the one we are in with COVID-19 and social division. These are the vulnerabilities that we are facing. How can we flexibly make ourselves strong against these vulnerabilities? We need to be resilient in the society. We have to avoid the over-accumulation or overpopulation, and we must form a multi-layered communities. So these spaces and infrastructures that accept these aspects, how should the society be changed? The society needs to be safe, environmentally friendly, and must provide a place to rest. We need the space and mobility that can accept diverse values in that way. So how about Nagoya? Nagoya has wide streets, and in the world, Nagoya has the biggest areas with zoning. The Frankfurt mayor started to exchange documents with Nagoya, and Nagoya has started zoning, and Nagoya has many underground shopping areas. But actually, the city is very inorganic, and people, especially elderly people, cannot rest. So affluent and rich waterfront space is required. And secondly, we do have areas with historical values, such as the museums, the streets, and castles, but they are scattered. So we need an axis that can connect our spirit. And the third is about Nagoya Station. Central Towers is Japan's top station, and the concourse, compared to other cities, is quite advanced. But do people know that? Well, we have Central Airport and Maglev will be developed. We have Shinkansen bullet train, Japan Railway, and private railway stations. And Nagoya is one of the top transport hubs in the world, but people are not aware of that. The Tokyo Station is not connected to an airport, and Shinagawa Station in Tokyo is not a hub of the transport in the area. So we have to use this advantage. We need to put more high functions, advanced functions to interchanges, and must renovate the station front. I talked about the era of the 21st century, but we can learn from some example. First is about Western Germany after Munich Olympics. They started economic development 20 years before Japan started, and the incomes increased. The income accumulation has become large, and at the same time, depopulation was happening. So people's awareness changed. The northern and central part of Germany was the central area, but then the west and east were divided, and the starting 1960s, the central area, the industrial area was polluted. So the working population went to Bayern in southern area, and people started to move to southern part of the country, and companies needed to follow that trend in order to make profit. That was what was happening about 50 years ago. So how about Japan? The transition and changes occurred later in Japan. The second example is Mitterrand projects, 7 projects in Paris. The National Library was established, and amidst that, Grand Arche was also established. And Mitterrand Monument Mitterrand preferred and valued monument, but at the same time, it created new value to touch people's mind and spirit. And we have to think about how to achieve that in Nagoya. You can see that we have the triumphal arch at the center, and then we have Louvre Museum, and it's about 4-kilometer distance. And at the back, we have Grand Arche in La Défense. Previously, it was considered to be a concrete jungle, and people didn't like this area, but the Grand Arche was created. And if you look at this gate from afar, it's quite nice, and behind the triumphal arch, you can still see Grand Arche. So because of that, the La Défense area was seen differently thanks to Grand Arche. And the third example is the geopolitical corridor and decarbonization. This is Alp Transit Plan and Channel Tunnel case. Trans-European Network for Transport. After the establishment of EU, all across Europe, low-carbon railway was put in place. So this is a modern network that was created. So you can see that about 500-kilometer distance from London to Paris, between 10T, that is 10T, and also Alp Transit. This country is not in EU, but there is a development area or development axis called Blue Banana. Banana that is not mature. This area was created from Paris to Milan. This area is spreading, but Germany also involved in the plan. About 500 billion to 1 trillion was spent to create their own tunnel. So mature society is mindful and conscious about environment, but the competitiveness goes down after income goes up to a certain level. So how to maintain the competitiveness is the key question. So today we are talking about waterfront revitalization project, but what I'd like to talk about today is Malm in Sweden and Hamburg, Berlin. My study team did not go to London and Leeds, but I will also introduce their cases. So usually, the cases involve the revitalization of declined areas. Malmö has a shipping yard, and they try to redevelop this area in consideration of the environment. So this is an integrated concept, not a standalone one. Hamburg is a logistics hub, but they thought about disaster risk reduction in commerce and culture. Berlin, environment, new capital and wide area network. In Leeds, environment, factory and warehouse revitalization. First, Malmö has a tunnel and bridge. And as a result of that connection, because of the Øresund Bridge, the Copenhagen and Malmö formed a new economic zone, and every day about 100,000 people go across the bridge. In Germany, there are architecture expos. They took that expo as an opportunity to create a unique city, and they are touting sustainability as an important value. And Turning Torso is located, they have the garbage vacuum collection system. These IT and bio companies are coming together to use their technologies. And next, Hamburg. Hamburg is in one of the development axes. Hafen City is the name of the project. It's a large-scale project that they are undertaking. About 1.8 million are in Hamburg, so it's about 7 times bigger than Nagoya City, and 2.5 million people are also residing in the surrounding area. In Nagoya, we actually have 2.3 million, and if we include the suburbs, there are more than 10 million people. So in case of Hamburg, they invested more than 100 billion yen worth of investment. So it's a large-scale investment, and they had a declining harbor area. So Berlin is actually behind this project. Berlin was the center of economic development, but Berlin has about 150 to 200 kilometers away from Hamburg. It's the distance between Osaka and Kyoto, but Germany was divided in west and east, so the city was declined. So in south, Antwerp and other cities in south started emerging, and Hamburg needed to redevelop its city. This is the canal in Hafen City, and Philharmony is now located, and other facilities are located on the first floor. They have the wall to prevent the water from coming in, and they always have a sustainable transportation options. And in Germany, they have Transport Alliance. The railway, both private and public railways, are having the same fare system. And Hamburg started that system. And it also includes the ship fares as well. You can see how people are very close to waterfront. And Berlin is along the river, and logistic channel is here. So now we are looking at Berlin. Berlin became the new capital after the west and east were merged, and the parliament building is located there. Many buildings such as Sony building is also located there. Looking at the map, we can see Berlin Central Station. It didn't exist in the past. Different stations were scattered, but they were merged and integrated into Berlin Central Station. And S-Bahn is like a circular road, main road. And as you can see at the top, this is the S-Bahn railway train, and below that there are high-speed railway, ICE. The Trans-European network is centered in Germany. Mitterrand and Berlin were competing, and Mitterrand created Paris Circular Network. Not only this station, but around the station there is a Spree Canal. So on the right-hand side, the Parliament building is located, and that's where the waterway was created. And they can go to different places on the waterway. Next, moving on to Leeds in the UK. It's 300 kilometers away from London to the north. And Leeds has the warehousing district that was declining in inner city. You can see before and after pictures. The industrial area was made redeveloped, and at the time Thatcher was there, I was a visiting professor there, and I was staying there for about a year. All these warehouses had the plywood walls, and unemployment rate in West Yorkshire was 30%, and those below 25 years old, the unemployment rate was 60%. So it was at the bottom, but Thatcher did a good job from the late 1980s to 1990s to grow economy, and this area was revitalized. Dopland has a very famous revitalization project, and this area, the warehouse district, was changed into restaurants, residences, and offices. It's quite similar to Nakagawa Canal. The former National Railway lease station is located close by, and they created Canals and River Trust. It is sometimes called partnership or trust, but this trust is working together with Lee's city office, and I think we can learn from their effort. Next, on London, from Paris through Channel Tunnel, Eurostar is running in London. From Paris, it's about 300 kilometers, and about 100 kilometers the railway is connected, but the railway is quite bumpy and it's slow. But now it's become better. And looking at the UK, you first start from Paris Nord station, and then through the Channel Tunnel, you can go to St. Pancras station. And at King Cross, St. Pancras is located. That is a terminal. Originally, there was a Waterloo station. What's interesting is that developers, the railway station and DHL, established King's Cross Central Limited Partnership to drive the development forward. So originally, this was a logistic hub, but it was declined. And this area has Docklands warehouse. St. Martin in the Field is a very famous organization, and they started practicing their performance in the warehouse in the 1980s. And close by, there is a canal called Regent Canal. So looking at these examples, to revitalize Nakagawa Canal, what can we do? What can we learn from them? The multi-valley infrastructure should be able to pass down the city to the next generation. We have been hard hit economically, but declining cities should be switched into amenity, as we saw in Lee's example, and we should first prioritize spatial structure, and also using development access. As Berlin did, we should create the major transportation network. And infrastructure integration is also important. We have to incorporate the disaster risk reduction perspective, and public-private trust should be established because other cities are doing that. That is the forefront of the effort. So what should we do in Nakagawa Canal? As I showed you at the beginning, this is what's happening in Japan. So for this, we need to create a spatial function, and how to create that is a question. We need to accept diverse values. And the second is that the society is changing because of natural disasters, climate crisis, and pandemic, like COVID-19 pandemic. And the society is not matching to the needs of the society. So we need to create a society that can cater to that. And so culture, art, living, business, recreation, and tourism, including inbound tourism, and tourists from other areas of Japan, all included. The waterfront area should provide functions to all of these areas. And also we need three infrastructures. First, the corridor, quiet and calm corridor using water and green. And the second is the group of warehouses that can show the memories of the land. And the third is mobility network connecting land and water. If people want to walk, people can walk, and people can also use the water transport. The three social targets include carbon neutral, post-COVID-19 new normal, and quality of life. We have to consider all of these goals. So simply put, this is what we need to achieve. About 20-some years ago, I went to Amsterdam for a conference, and I was on a ship. And I was sightseeing. You can see an apartment, and then there is a front yard and wooden boat and all the amenity. The dog seems very happy in the photo. So this is exactly what we need to achieve. In closing, along the canal, if we can create the infrastructure and environment, then we, just like the 8 kilometers between Grand Arch and Triumphal Arch, we can create a new waterfront access that can showcase the history of the land in Nagoya City. So this can be Nakagawa Canal Town. And this access can be the center of the canal town. That is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hayashi. Next, Vice Mayor of Nagoya City, Mr. Horiba, please. Yes, thank you very much. I am Horiba, and thank you very much for inviting me to this JAPIC symposium. And so I am here to pose an issue here. So I would like to focus on the Nakagawa Canal as I present. So this is the agenda. I have 3 topics. The first one, after the new Central Shinkansen line is created, we want to create a super mega region around the Nagoya station. And secondly, because the city and the canal will be connected, we want to create the Sasashima Live 24 district, which is an international welcome and exchange hub, and also towards connecting with history and creating the future. I would like to look at the Nakagawa Canal. First of all, around the Nagoya station. Right now, Tokyo, which is Japan's capital, and Nagoya will be connected with the new linear Chuo Shinkansen line. 1 hour and 40 minutes it takes right now between Tokyo and Nagoya, but with the new Shinkansen line, this will be shortened to just 1 hour. Tokyo, Osaka, once that district is open, then Osaka, Nagoya, and Tokyo will be connected within close to 1 hour and will create a great zone of 70 million population. And Nagoya will be in the center of this super mega region. And I believe that we could be the transport hub that will drive the growth of Nagoya. Now, the station plaza and its redevelopment. In front of Nagoya station, we don't have a lot of attractions as a major hub, and when we redevelop it, we want to make it an international destination. We want to make sure that we have infrastructures that is suitable to make Nagoya a super terminal station. We want to make it a place that people will feel that this is Nagoya, that everybody can utilize it. It could be a terminal station where people switch lines, and we want to make sure that we can link this with the Nagoya Canal. Next, the Sasashima Live 24 district. The Sasashima district in 2017, October, it was opened newly. The Sasashima district has the land, vacant land, which used to be the freight depot of the former National Railway. And it was a hub for logistics in the past. In 1986, the freight depot was the service was discontinued, and many other infrastructures, many other facilities were created here, and it became a place that connects the port with the city. Now, I would like to focus on the Nakagawa Canal. First of all, about the characteristics and how it started. Nakagawa Canal connects the Nagoya port with the Sasashima Live 24 district. It has a length of 8.2 kilometers. And about 90 years ago, it was excavated and developed. It became the #1 Grand Canal in the Orient. The canal and the land along the shore is a public land owned by the Nagoya City. And the Nagoya Port Authority is handling the canal area. And it has a lock gate. It's a closed water area, and therefore the water level is always stable. Now, the history of the Nakagawa Canal. It connects the Nagoya port and the central part of the city. It was used for logistics, and it has supported the economic industrial development of Nagoya. In the southwestern part of the city is actually lower than the average sea level, and therefore, after excavation of the canal, the land has been mounded, and some factories were invited into this district. 6 years after development started in 1932, the canal was in full use, and along the shore, warehouses and also loading and unloading docks were created, as well as factories. So the canal was utilized along with the shore facilities. A little bit more about the logistics and transport along the canal. In 1964, 57 years ago, that was the peak of the canal use for transport. 1964, that is the year when 75,000 vessels traveled along the canal, carrying nearly 4 million tons of freight. But then after that, freight transport switched from vessels to trucks, and therefore right now, the amount of freight that is carried along the canal is just 1% of the peak era. Now, the transport function has become smaller, but along the waterway, people are trying to seek new values, new function in redeveloping the Nagoya Canal. And that's when Nagoya Canal revitalization plan started. So the concept is to connect with history and create a canal that makes the future along this waterway, creating new values and new functions so that recreation and relaxation as well as prosperity could be brought by the canal. And this plan came up in 2012. The Nakagawa Canal stretches over an 8.2 kilometer area north to south, and it will be divided into 3 different zones. And also for the revitalization, exchange and creation, environment, industry, and disaster prevention will be the 4 pillars. Now, I would like to explain what is being done right now. First of all, the busy and bustling facilities. Of course, the canal, around the area around the canal has special building codes, and therefore the land use was limited. But in the past, however, now we have guidelines for new use of the land, and special exceptions are being made so that commercial facilities and other facilities could be built. Vermicular Village, this is a shopping mall that has been created, and also the coffee parlor was also established along the shores, and now we have new flow of people coming in. Now the greenery and the promenade area. We want people to be able to connect with nature, with water, and with living creatures in the area. So we also have this green area, and also the leisure area, which could be enjoyed by many people. Next, about the waterborne traffic. For the revitalization of the canal and also to make it a bustling place, Cruise Nagoya started operation in 2017. Sasashima Life area and the international exposition facilities are connected through this, and you can observe the living creatures along the waterway, and also you can enjoy the Showa era buildings along the canal. Next is about human exchange, people exchange, and creation activities. From Rinnai, we were able to get donation, so we utilized that for supporting art activities. So along the canal, many people can exhibit their artwork along the waterway, and art is now taking root in this area. The left-hand photograph is the Nagoya Unga Canal art. This is a projection mapping done on the warehouse buildings. And this was the first step in carrying out these art activities. Also, maintaining and utilization of historical assets. The Matsushige Lock Gate was created in the past, and right now it is now a city cultural treasure. It is now not being used, but there are considerations being made to try to reuse it or to revitalize it. And we are also trying to improve the water environment. The Nagoya Canal is a closed water. In the past, the water quality was not good, but in 1937, right close to the lock gate, the Matsushige pump gate was created so that seawater could be taken in from Nagoya port. And right now, every day, 130,000 tons of water will be circulated in a day. And also, the Tsuhashi Water Processing Center will be releasing 30,000 tons of water per day so that the water in the canal can be improved. And nowadays, the dirty water in the past is becoming cleaner. And this is actually creating attachment and affection as well as pride for the canal. And now the canal could be utilized for lifelong learning as well as school education. Also, citizens as well as private companies are carrying out events and other activities along the waterway. To change the subject a little bit about industry and also disaster prevention. We want to create a monozukuri or manufacturing site here, and also we want to have students understand and also communicate about the attractions of manufacturing. And also when large amounts of water runs into the canal after a typhoon or heavy rain, the pump will be used to drain the water into the Nagoya port. So briefly, I have explained about what is being done along the canal right now. Now, lastly, what are the issues going ahead? Bringing many facilities along the shores, and also we are trying to establish the promenade. But right now, the many facilities are not really connected, and people are not really led into walking along the waterway. Art activities are also scattered and not really connected, and they are not continued. And also the Tsuhashi Water Treatment Center is being used for the water quality improvement, but still compared to the environmental standard points, it is not clearing the standards that are necessary. Also, the water transport, still, it is not really known, and we have to think about profitability. There is no mechanism for the maintenance and utilization of the historical assets yet. And also, we have not been able to invite many industries along the waterway. And in terms of disaster management, we have to deal with the rapidly changing climate. Of course, we alone as the city cannot resolve these problems. We need to have the input from citizens' organizations as well as the private sector, and we want to make sure that we collaborate together so that we can revitalize the Nakagawa Canal. With that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
堀場副市長様、どうもありがとうございました。ここで、パネルディスカッションの説明ございますので、一旦休憩を取らせていただきます。16時40分から再開いたしますので、それまでにお戻りください。よろしくお願いいたします。 パネリストの皆様、準備はよろしい。
Can we ask if the panelists are all ready? People in Aichi University, are you ready now?
Yes,
we are ready. Well, then thank you very much for waiting. We would now like to start the panel discussion. I would like to introduce all the panelists. The first panelist is Mr. Hiroshi Matsuda from JAPIC. He is also a member of the National JAPIC. From Tokyo City University, we have Professor Hidetoshi Kawaguchi. And he is also a member of JAPIC. Next, from Nagoya, we have from Rinnai Corporation, Managing Director and Executive Officer, Mr. Takuya Ogawa. And from Nagoya City, we have Mr. Satoshi Tojo. He is the Director of the Housing and Urban Development of the city. Next, from Towa Kensetsu, we have Mr. Takahide Maruyama. He's from, and finally, from Chuba University, we have Professor Naoki Matsuo. Thank you very much. And Professor Matsuo will be a commentator and will join us in the discussion. And from here on, I'd like to ask Mr. Takaya Fujimoto, the chairman of JAPIC, to coordinate this session. So, Mr. Fujimoto, please. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to ask for the cooperation of the panelists. For the opening discussion, we had a discussion from both sides of the earth, but we would like to focus on the Tokyo to Nagoya area, which will be connected by the new Chuo Shinkansen line. Mr. Maruyama, or rather Mr. Marukawa, has spoken from JAPIC, but at Tokyo City University, the president has helped us through consultation about the revitalization of the Nakagawa Canal, and we have had many discussions. And we have been studying so that we can make a specific and concrete proposal. The thinking behind it, we have heard from Professor Hayashi when he presented the issues, and also from Vice Mayor Horiba. We have heard about the concept of super terminal Nagoya and creating Nagoya, which can welcome and also which can be a destination for many visitors. And here in this discussion, based on what we've heard from the two presenters, we would like to look back at the proposal that we are trying to create. And first of all, look at the future of the Nagoya Canal, Nakagawa Canal District. What are the issues? What are the challenges that we have? That is the first point of discussion. And secondly, in order to realize such a future, of course, we need to accelerate our activities. Then what is it that we need to focus on? What is it that we need to think about? So then, from JAPIC, what is the proposal that we can make? The team working on the Nakagawa Canal, we would like to have Mr. Matsuda present first.
Hello, this is Matsuda, and I'd like to give a presentation. First of all, this slide This first slide is from the previous recommendation from JBIC. This is the waterfront area that we want to create through the revitalization project of Nagoya Canal. And this time, once again, we reviewed the proposal. And so I would like to make a presentation on the draft of our proposal. To give you the overview, as you can see at the top, close to Nagoya Station, we have the canal, and we have the calm water plane, very wide water plane in canal, but it is not utilized fully. In 2017, when we made the recommendation, we said that we wanted to create a graceful landscape and calm waterfront area. That was the proposal, but the project did not lead to concrete actions. And this year, in 2021, JBIC is making another proposal. Compared to 2017, the society and the values are changing due to the pandemic and also digitization, as well as the decarbonization, accelerated decarbonization. So the society is changing rapidly. We have to grasp the needs of the society, and we need to create projects and businesses with a sense of speed so that we can propose the revitalization vision anew. And we will be getting feedback from many people to finalize our proposal. So we have the current situation of the Nagoya Canal, the challenges, and also the revitalization project related issues are also shown. And today I'd like to talk about number 4 through 6. So the current situation and the challenges. As you've already heard, Nagoya Station and large urban zone is right close to the Nagoya Canal. However, people are not very familiar with the Nagoya Canal. So Nagoya Canal itself is connected to the warehousing district. So we have a vast water plain, but it is not connected to the coastal area. So as you can see at the bottom, we want to have a bustling facility, and some of the areas are utilized that way, but that has not led to a greater trend. That is the challenge. So against these backdrops, looking at the surrounding areas, what is happening? Nagoya Canal and the surrounding area have many different locations, attractive locations, such as Sasashima Life and Matsushige Lock Gate and Nagoya Garden Pier, Legoland, Canal Resort, Minato, Akrus. But they are scattered around and they are not integrated for people to enjoy. And the transportation mode that can bring people closer to the canal will be required. And also the water quality is not very good because of the closed water area. And as for disaster risk reduction, the Nagoya City is working on that. And so the development is ongoing to cater to this need. But the largest possible tsunami that we are expecting may occur. In that case, flooding will occur. So the development is required. That is another challenge. These are the challenges that we are facing, but we have to think about what would be the optimal revitalization plan. In Toyama City, there is a canal called Ugan Canal. People did not come very close to this canal, but the canal was redeveloped and the Starbucks was established here. It was said that this is the most beautiful Starbucks in the world. And as a result, a lot of residents in the neighborhood started to come to this area. So the canal was revitalized. Now I'd like to move on to the proposal on the revitalization project. A few years back, there was a Nagoya Canal revitalization plan created by Nagoya City and Nagoya Port Union, and that is the basis of our proposal. And as you heard earlier, there are many social trends and social challenges that Japan is facing, such as aging of the society and overcrowdedness and concentration of population in Tokyo and work style reform, and global issues including the greenhouse gas and climate change and increasing number of disasters. And also COVID-19 has led to new consciousness and awareness, such as the optimal distribution and avoiding crowdedness, non-contact method, online, teleworking, these are the new normal. So they have to be incorporated and reflected in the new revitalization vision proposal. New trends such as SDGs and carbon neutral have to be reflected in new lifestyle such as living, residing, working, and leisure and tourism. All these things have to be incorporated in our proposal. The second perspective is that when we think about revitalization, there are important key points. First, Nagoya Station itself will have the linear maglev bullet train, and that's a hub. And also it is connected to Hida and other natural landscape. So Nakagawa Canal is adjacent to this area, but how can we utilize this area? How can we utilize the area along the canal, and what can we do about the transportation? And at the downstream, there is a attractive port and harbor area, and a pier as well. So just like Champs-Élysées in France, Paris, we have a straight canal that is connecting Nagoya Station and the harbor area. So we need to create this vertical access using Nakagawa Canal. That is one perspective of our proposal. We will need to propose the revitalization proposal reflecting new trends, and we must form a new access from Nagoya Station to Nagoya Port. And so green recovery and post-COVID-19 era, new generation and new value creation must be communicated from this area. That is our idea. And green infrastructure will have to be put in place using the waterfront area to achieve that. And also renovation will have to take place that will lead to diverse value creation using the existing infrastructure and facility. And thirdly, we will have to create the bustling atmosphere using a diverse mobility network using the new access from Nagoya City Station to Nagoya Port. Based on these ideas, we have three proposals. First, Nakagawa Canal that is connected to the city center of Nagoya will bring a bustling and graceful atmosphere through the waterfront space. First proposal is corridor space of water and green. The waterfront area should be enjoyed by people. And the second is the living, working, and leisure environment that has the fusion of the history and new life. And the third is the mobility network using canal. Based on these ideas, we are formulating our proposal. So the first proposal is the aqua green belt. This is the illustration of Horidome area. So the waterfront and green should be integrated to create an environment so that people can rest in this area. And people should be able to go around this Nakagawa Canal where people can enjoy the green. So this kind of water side area needs to be created with abundant green. Second is the lifestyle renovation, where history and new items are integrated. The new value can be brought about to the warehouse district, and culture and art aspects can be incorporated to improve the value. And also, in the waterfront area, culture and art can be cultivated. That is the idea behind this proposal. And the third proposal, the recreational area is located on the downstream of the Nakagawa Canal. So renovation can take place there so that open space can be put in place. For example, the living space on the left and the working places on the right. So these environments should be located in fusion so that we can propose new lifestyle, and then we believe we can provide a peace of mind to people. But even if we put in place the infrastructure, if people do not come near the Nakagawa Canal, it does not make sense. So access is very important. Access needs to be created from Nagoya Station to Sasashima Life District. We need to enhance convenience. And the left to right access, the Aonami line and subway access needs to be enhanced. And also, both vertical and horizontal access needs to have better transportation using waterborne transportation. And at different hubs, various mobilities need to be connected. For example, super small mobility can provide transportation assistance, and autonomous driving vehicles such as green slow mobility can be provided. And then a lot of people can utilize this area effectively. So these are formulated and incorporated into our proposal. In order to put this into concrete action, we need to have a sense of speed, and we must think about what kind of backup and support is required. First, what we need is to communicate and promote the attractiveness of Nakagawa Canal. And then, based on that, we want to attract many entities. We need to utilize private power, including the City Development Association. And first, the organizations can be created by public sector, but then they can be operated by private sector. And we can also utilize PPP and PFI. Also, we must enhance the attractiveness of the waterfront area through development by improving water quality and increasing the green area. We can also increase the mobility and utilize the existing facility to support the culture and art activities. Another point is to develop these businesses, we need to have a support to accelerate the business project. For example, the administration can give some incentive measures. And also, we need to improve the spatial value and attractiveness of the city. That will be very important. And by promoting that, green belt and decarbonization related businesses should be incentivized. and they need to be consistent. These support measures need to be consistent. And as a result, if we can do that, we believe that integrated city development is enabled. And also, tax incentive should be provided, such as the tide walls and other infrastructure. If they are put in place, then incentives should be provided. And multi-generation, multi-value interactive space should be created. If resident for multi-generation is created, then subsidy should be extended, and galleries for young artists should be put in place, and for that, the support should be provided. As a result, we can improve resilience. About 130 to 150 meter area can be used by private sector. With this kind of operation, the added value will be created, and then the value can be utilized in developing and revitalizing the area further. So in the end, in the future, we want to form a smart canal town in the area around Nagoya Canal. We want to think about carbon neutrality and roll out smart mobility and offer new lifestyle. This is the organization. Hideo Nakamura is the top advisor, and Fujimoto-san is the head of the committee. This is just the draft version, so we would like to hear many people's feedbacks so that we can brush up and finalize the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So JAPIC is in the midst of compiling the revitalization plan, and we have heard about where the plan is right now. Now we would like to hear from all the other panelists. We would like to divide the panelists into two groups. First of all, about the shoreline development and your opinion on the JAPIC draft, and about what you think about the future of the development plan. In the second round, how do you accelerate these activities? That is what I'd like to ask you in the second round. So what do you think about the plan itself and about the future? I'd like to ask Professor Hidetoshi Kawaguchi from Tokyo City University to speak. Thank you very much. So my field of expertise is city design. So from that perspective, I would like to mention some things that may serve as a hint for the plan compilation. And since time is limited, I would like to rush through my presentation based on these 4 points. The first point is looking at the waterfront, the water side. This is from Amsterdam, from the Amsterdam Central Station. 2 kilometers east from there, there is the warehouse facility, which is now unused. And Amsterdam City has created living facilities there. This is housing development. Usually, to make these things profitable, you need to make high-rise buildings or you need to bring in commercial facilities. But it was focused on housing for families. So this was a tough project. So 100 houses in about 10,000 square meters. Altogether, 2,150 houses were made, which had 100 hectares or more. Excuse me, which has a very spacious area. and the Amsterdam city and the developer and also designers, architectural companies got together and a model house was created. And experimentally, the houses were sold, but most important was, especially if you are developing along the water, how do you look at the water surface or the water level? And Sporenburg and Borneo, many construction offices went in to work along the waterway in developing houses. It's like a townhouse. 30 or so offices got together, followed a strict rule in building these new facilities. It was a very interesting way to develop houses along the waterway. And the water surface, as well as the private space, how do you draw the line between the two? And how do you connect between the two? People who live here will look at the water as their garden. Yes, this is in the Netherlands, so maybe that is behind the mindset of the people, but they look at the water as their garden. And Professor Hayashi talked about this as well, but this is in Hamburg, the Hafen city. When I went there, it was during the very cold season, but I went on tours within the city and I heard from many people. But the first thing that you hear is that Hafen city is not just designing a city, it's not just urban development, this is society development. In the Western countries, unlike Japan, when you start something, you have to focus on jobs and employment. And that was at the center. And as Professor Hayashi said, education, housing, jobs, and culture, they all have to come into the planning. And I believe that should be a major focus. And also in the urban design, every year, several times, you have to understand that when during the high tide season, the area might be inundated. People here said it's not a problem. Inside a cafe, you look outside and you might see some fishes swimming around and they say it's okay. But actually there are these sea gates or tide gates. Using German steel for shielding the tides. So you have to create areas that can be inundated and areas that can't be inundated. You have to divide between the two. We have closeness with the water, but we are also afraid of the water, and therefore we need to have technology, we need to have laws that regulate these things. And also the relationship between the public and private lands. This was also very interesting. The right-hand top, you have the borders and you have the buildings, and outside these areas, you have the promenade area alongside the port, and some housing facilities, offices are cantilevered, and you can walk along under these areas. So even on a rainy day, it's like walking along a road with a roof. So Hafen City is created in a way that is easily accessible by foot. The left-hand photographs, this is a little bit west from Hafen City. This is the old city. And this is an embankment that stretches over this area. It was still under construction when I went there. It has been completed now, and there are many stands where people can sit down and look upon the water. And I don't think I need to say this, but Osaka, Tokyo, the terrace spaces, and in Tokyo, you have the Sumida River, the river terrace area. Using the private sector capabilities to build these facilities, to create a floor space along and above the river. And what is good about this? Of course, this is utilizing the ideas of the private sector. And of course, Tokyo has certified this, but the embankment cannot be seen from where you are because of these constructions. And this is very interesting. The Kawa terrace or the river terrace, if you stand there, it makes you feel as if you are floating on the river water. So technique-wise, you might want to introduce these things along the Nakagawa Canal. And within JAPIC, we have looked at the outer moat around the former Edo castle, and to create an area where people can come close to the water. And starting from there, Kanda River and the Nihonbashi River and Sumida River was made into a loop so that you can circulate around this area on boat. And also walking is very important. So maybe walking, cycling along the water. Of course, these things cannot be created overnight. And this will be important for the Nakagawa Canal area. The Nakagawa Canal, the good thing about this area is the water level only changes maybe 20 centimeters or 30 centimeters. It's relatively stable. But of course, in the Tokyo area, this example, this is a actual river. Therefore, the water level may change 1 meter, 2 meter. So even if you ride on a cruise boat, the rivers that run through cities, actually the society is not facing them because people faces the roads, so they have their backs against the river. But now how do you make people face the rivers? I believe that is what is going to be necessary when you think about the revitalization of the canal, Nakagawa Canal waterfront area. Thank you very much. That is all from myself.
Thank you very much, and I apologize we can only allocate short time to each of you, but we have many cases from overseas, but in Japan we have also different cases, including Sumida River, and we can learn from these cases. Next, we have Kawaguchi-san from Rinnai Corporation. As Vice Mayor said, Rinnai has been engaging in the local area. So based on the experiences, we'd like to hear your view on the draft proposal and your other views on this as well. Hello, my name is Ogawa from Rinnai Corporation. Since I have this valuable opportunity, I would like to talk about what Rinnai is doing in relation to Nakagawa Canal. In 1920, Rinnai Corporation was established, so last year we celebrated the 100th anniversary, and it was established right next to Horidome. So that's where the company was established, and Nakagawa Canal construction just started then, and because of that, we needed to relocate our office. And then we moved to a close-by location, and currently our headquarters has been located since then, has been located in the same area since then. So we have been operating business in a similar location, and for the last 90 years or so, we have accumulated our history together with Nakagawa Canal. We heard a lot about history of Nakagawa Canal, and water transport was very busy, but then water transport has been declining since then. And against these backdrops, our company has been operating. And earlier, Nagoya City talked about the revitalization plan, which was announced in 2012. And we also agreed on this plan to support the bustling area. We are supporting artists. And in that way, we have been participating in this plan for the last 10 years or so. So we are agreeing with the revitalization plan. And as a local company, we had expectations. There were some hurdles in relation to water. There is a water quality issue, and many effort has been made to address that. But the local employees, our employees, are walking around this area, and they have noticed the issue of odor and smell. The issue was very severe before. The Tsuyohashi Water Treatment Center and a water pump started operation, and since then the issue was mitigated. However, those people who went on the Nagoya cruise, you probably have noticed that the water quality is still suboptimal. And also the landscape. Today we heard about cases of waterfront development overseas. I've never been to these places, but I wish I could rest and enjoy the waterfront area. And that's what I felt when I heard these cases. But Nakagawa Canal is still not there yet, and I hope that Nakagawa Canal will become one of them. So that is the motivation behind the support for the revitalization plan. And last 10 years, regrettably, the landscape and environment has not changed significantly, so we have high expectation going forward. And looking at the proposal draft from JPIC, I thought that we can expect highly that the landscape and hardware, the buildings will change significantly. And you also talked about the grace and the liveliness. I think these are two good words to engage ourselves in branding activities. An area which will be graceful, where people will come together, and disaster risk reduction and mobility were also talked about. In this bustling area, we hope that people will come to this area and that people will find this area attractive. So I have very high hopes for that proposal. Since the time is limited, I'd like to close my remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So the water quality issue, if the rivers are flowing, water quality improves, but for this canal, it has improved, but not that much. So I believe we had to focus on that. And yes, we also want to make sure that we have a refined style when we develop this area. Now, Vice Mayor Horiba has talked about certain aspects, but now I'd like to ask Mr. Tojo, or Professor Tojo, Mr. Tojo from Nagoya City, to talk about certain aspects of the development. Well, thank you very much. I'm Tojo, Director of Housing and Urban Development from Nagoya City, and thank you very much for JAPIC and professors for telling us about the different examples overseas. the waterfront function in the city, I believe this is very important. The Nakagawa waterway, the Nakagawa Canal, was used for logistics and it supported the industry in Nagoya after World War II. However, the function has declined over time. But now we want to change it and revitalize it so that it has becomes an attractive place within the city. And as we've heard from Professor Hayashi about the example in London, there are many other examples, but Nagoya was an economic city or industrial city, but now we want to change it into a more attractive attractive city with a lot of amenities. And we believe that the revitalization of the Nakagawa Canal could be the symbol of that. In 2012, the Nagoya City and also the council has come up with the plan. Vermicular Village and the Kohi Gannen Cafe and other commercial facilities have been built along the canal since then. And as Mr. Ogawa has said, his company has sponsored many different events. And also water leisures activities have been developed bit by bit. And as for the city, following JAPIC's proposals toward the next 10 years, we want to make sure that we can accelerate our activities and start up projects. And at this international forum, I believe that this could be a trigger point to accelerate the next step. And the role of the local government is, of course, no movement will start where there is nothing. Therefore, we need to set the stage and we need to trigger these activities. I believe that is the role that we need to play. And as a trigger, in this round, I would like to mention 3 points. One is what we need to do as the city to make sure that the shore and also the environment will allow people access to the water. Secondly, the utilization of the water surface to open it for more use. And thirdly, to strengthen the waterborne transportation network. So the first one, the canal right now is not open, it's not accessible for citizens. So first of all, we need to create an environment to allow access. And the area where that should be bustling with business, we understand that in 3 years' time, this will be established. And a promenade could be created, and we will lead the way to make this happen, and we believe that that is most important. And also to make sure that people can enjoy this area, the warehouses along the way should be renovated for new use, and that is another thing that the city needs to do. The second point is the utilization of the waters itself, the water surface. When you think about city planning, it has changed greatly. It's not just the water surface, but roads, parks, and others. In recent times, they are being utilized to bring and attract people. Roads or streets are turned into open cafes. In the past, roads were roads, they were for traffic, and they were used for different purposes only as exceptions, but now they are changing so that people can utilize the streets in many different ways. So the rule and the exception are now being changed, and this leads to deregulation for the administration side. And through this, we are hoping that we can bring in more people to take part in the renovation and revitalization activities. And the basis of this, of course, has to be improvement of water quality. And of course, you need to have toilet and shower facilities if you want people to enjoy activities on the water. And thirdly, the water traffic network, as the Vice Mayor said, toward 2027, Nagoya Station will be become the terminal for the new Shinkansen bullet train line, and Nagoya City will be the terminal station of that new Shinkansen. So people will come to Nagoya, they'll stay in Nagoya. So we want to utilize the impact of opening this new Shinkansen line. And one reason for staying in Nagoya could be this canal and the water transportation from Sasashima Live to Kinjo and to other entertainment facilities along the way. We are working together with Cruise Nagoya, and we want to strengthen these efforts. And the Matsushige Lock Gate is one, to connect Horikawa with Nakagawa Canal to make the waterway more accessible to people. And the renovation of the warehousing facilities, JAPIC has made many proposals, including business schemes, and comments on that, as well as establishing the environment for more private sector participation. How do we make sure that the efforts will continue? I believe that is a comment I will make in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The coastal area or riverside and water surface and water environment. From these perspectives, we heard the comment. Thank you. Next, Maruyama-san. You have been working in Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, and you've been engaged in the port and harbor construction. You have also been involved in projects in Nagoya, so can you tell us your view? Yes, my name is Maruyama from Towa Kensetsu. As Fujimoto-san said, the reason why I was invited today is because I was in Minato Research Institute until February this year, and I was engaged in study on the liveliness and the waterfront area of Nagoya. So what I have been doing is aligned to what JPIC has been doing. So I want to talk about the situation and what I have been doing. So on a side note, the Minato Research Institute was working with Isewan Forum, but Towa Kensetsu, the construction company, was also involved. So I just want to say that our company is involved in this effort as well. If you could look at the first page, as introduced, I have worked in Ministry of Transport and Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. I was posted in Nagoya for 3.5 years, and I learned a lot from that experience. And as you can see in the center of the slide, what is pertinent to today's discussion is that I was involved in the starting up of Aonami Line. Aonami Line is related to port construction project, so I was involved in that, and Kincho Pier redevelopment project, as well as Nakagawa Canal water quality purification. I was in charge of budgeting of these projects.
それで港総研の方での検討
And Minato Research Institute. From that perspective, I want to give you an overall picture. This organization, I believe back in 1987, and back then the environment was declining along the canal, and redevelopment was gaining attention, and Minato Research Institute started working on the redevelopment of the waterfront area. So, however, the situation has changed since then, but they have gone back to the starting point, and they are focusing on the new way of town building along the waterway. And Shinohara-san, the Professor Emeritus of University of Tokyo, is the head of the research and study group on that town building. I will not go into detail, but I will just give you the gist of the reasons why we have to focus once again on the new type of town building along the waterway. There are 3 reasons. One is regional revitalization. The heads of municipalities are struggling with the declining population and how to secure residents and tourists and visitors in the town. To increase the number of people, they need an environment put in place, and the port and harbor can contribute to making that happen. And second is that many places are looking at ports as the entrance into a region. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the projects are halted in many places, but a lot of places are looking at ports as the gateway and entrance to the region. And thirdly, there are existing stock and resources as the regional resource, and many people are now thinking about utilizing these resources to the greatest extent. So here on the right, you can see a map of the large area from the pier along Nakagawa Canal, and Professor Mizuo from a major university is the head of the study group. And there are 3 points. We are focusing on the utilization of attractive regional resources, and second, to promote information and communication, and third is to create the proposal of framework of collaboration. So the first point is about utilization of attractive regional resources. On this point, there are 3 points that were observed by the study group. First is to promote the industry, commerce, and lively facilities. Various measures should be taken to achieve that. And the second is the town building that will allow people to enjoy waterfront area. Various measures should also be taken on this point. And the third is to make the waterway more approachable. Accessibility needs to be improved, such as putting in place promenade along the canal, etc. And out of these 3 points, the third is to create a framework of collaboration. At the bottom, you can see the case of utilization of Port Oasis at Port O. There are about 150 ports that are trying to utilize the port terminals to communicate information to the people. Various ports are trying to do the similar things. 150 such ports nationwide are making effort. And these ports are collaborating with town building or city building association. And this is the successful case that we can emulate. And the perspective necessary to improve the attractiveness, there are 3. One is that the effort should be spearheaded by the regional, local residents and citizens and companies, and the administration should support that effort. And second is that on each of these projects, targets need to be clarified. And third, in the area in scope, the consistency and the oneness, solidarity is important. So these are the things that we are working on in Minato Research Institute. And what we are doing is quite similar to what JPIC is doing. So we hope that we will work together going forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maruyama, and we hope to have your cooperation going forward. Finally, I would like to ask Professor Matsuo for a comment after listening to all the presentations and discussions. So may we ask you, Professor Matsuo.
Thank you very much for your comments. First, Professor Hayashi talked about advanced and pioneering cases of other countries. And Nagoya Canal is trying to provide living, working, leisure. And all of these have to be combined in development effort. And that's exactly what we saw in these cases. In Nagoya Canal, we need to provide 4 different functions, such as culture, art, living, business, and leisure. JPIC has the same vision. And to achieve that, we need the mechanism and devices to provide these functions. Vice Mayor Horiba also talked about the Nagoya Canal revitalization plan. When the plan was formulated, there was a committee to study and create the plan, and I was the head of the committee. And Nagoya Port and Nagoya City or Nagoya Station are connected by the canal. So we studied various different aspects of this region. And as a result of the study, the Sasashima Live and the surrounding area should be created as a lively area. And also a recreational area should be created. And in between, we should have the industrial zone. That was the idea behind the revitalization plan. We wanted to implement the plan as such. And in the middle, as I said, the industrial zone should be put in place. But we did not have sufficient discussion on how the industrial zone should be. But today, we heard from all of you on many suggestions. And also based on the presentations and discussions, earlier today, I thought that when we were drafting the plan, the historic land use of this area was referred to in making the industrial zone. But this industrial zone, as Jabik suggested earlier, should be connected to the residential area along the canal, and art, science, and technology should also be combined. The industrial creation zone, a new industrial creation zone along the canal, should have all of these different aspects in fusion. The living and working spaces should be located adjacent to each other. That's what I thought, listening to all of you. So Nagoya Station, Nagoya Port are connected by Nakagawa Canal. Nakagawa Canal can be a water and green pathway or access. As such, the Nakagawa Canal revitalization plan can be created. The green water pathway, as we heard, water quality improvement and the coastal area, including revetment work, will be required. As for the improvement of water quality, 130,000 tons of water is going to Horikawa. The water is circulated that way. And 130,000 tons, currently we have the plan to increase that to 180,000 tons. When the amount is increased that way, then we believe that the water quality will be improved further. And by increasing the amount of water further and further, we can circulate the water more. And as a result, we believe that the internal production that is the reason of the degradation of water quality of Nakagawa Canal can be prevented. And also, we can create an attractive Nakagawa Canal space by addressing the sludge issue as well. And we can close the first round of discussion here.
Well, thank you very much for talking about the development of the canal. And as for the program, we were supposed to end by 45 past the hour, and yes, we have started a little bit late. So if we can extend the time until the top of the hour, I'm very sorry to the audience, but please allow the extension of our time. So for the second round, what should be done in order to accelerate the movements? We would like to ask each person to take just a couple of minutes to make very short, brief comments, starting with Mr. Kawaguchi. Once again, I would like to utilize my slides to make some comments. And this is about Hafen, but the information center and guide tours are really popular, and this is a part of PR activities. You have to have that, and also with the citizens, to create this atmosphere. Don't have workshops in some sort of office. Go to the site along the canal so that you can discuss and gain input from citizens. even before actual constructions start. If that happens, this would be really great. Of course, this will be hard, but this should be done. And you also need to have a designated public relations officer who can provide updated information on a daily basis. I believe that effort also needs to be made. And we have heard from many people, and it is included in the proposal from JAPIC, but you need to mix many different things. Housing for the residents, and also you need to have different generations of residents. In the case of Hafen, you have scattered houses, but along the in the area, and that is good because if you just have a commercial district, it will be dark after 10 in the evening. But if you have people living within these areas, there will always be light in the area. So if you have zones where you can't build houses, you won't have that atmosphere. Therefore, deregulation is necessary so that you can have houses scattered around in the district. Right now, in Japan, the regulation may not allow this to happen, but this is one thing you need to think about. Also, utilizing the existing stock. This is an example in France. There was a biscuit factory. The factory was bought by the city, and this became the bistro in the city. Students can use it, and it was a factory owned by a biscuit company, but this was renovated and changed into a different space. But in this case, in Japan, because of the building codes, we may not be able to do the same, but we may want to change the law a bit, tweak it so that buildings can be utilized in many different ways. And I believe many citizens may want to utilize this. And this is not even on Google Map, but this is from Amsterdam, or rather 1 kilometer away from Amsterdam along the canal. But you might be surprised, but the houses are actually floating on the water. People who were interested in the environment and also on sustainability started this. It's called the Skånhip, which means clean ships, for a more sustainable energy use. So I believe many ideas like this one would come up along the way. So we hope that you don't say that you need to apply first and get approval before you start the project. Introduce the idea of universal design so that you can approve the process so that many projects can move along very swiftly. And I believe that change is necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kawaguchi. It was about the public affairs and deregulation. Now, Ogawa-san from Rinnai, please. Yes, today I am learning a lot. So far, the revitalization plan was the basis of the action, and Canal Art, which is the host of today's forum, has been making effort. But in the last 10 years, what have we been able to do and what have we not been able to do? We should be able to see that analysis. Today, we heard about what was materialized by Nagoya City, and I also heard about ongoing projects. I have a lot of high hopes and expectation toward these projects. I learned a lot. The lively zone that we are focusing on, in order for the space to be lively, I think that the building should be built first. For example, Tojo-san talked about promenade, a plan. I think that 3 years from now, in 2024, that will be completed. So I think that it's ongoing steadily. And as a result, I believe that we can see the movement of people, and then the artists and university stakeholders can also be successful in improving the liveliness through people-to-people interaction. I hope we will see we'll see further progress. And I was very inspired by the cases of Manhattan and Tokyo. So those case studies around the world were presented by many people today at today's forum, thanks to everyone's knowledge. So they should be gathered. And even after this forum is over, we should remember these case studies. And then I believe that all the projects will go smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So looking at the past 10 years and then taking the next step forward. Now, Mr. Tojo, please. Well, as Mr. Ogawa has just said, to summarize, yes, it's been 10 years since the first plan was compiled. And yes, things have started to move. It was a big first step, but in the next 10 years, this is going to be very important. As I said earlier, the exceptions and also the rules, we need to flip these two, the relationship between these two, because in the past 10 years, basically, we have been looking at the port area, the logistics, and how to accept the exceptions. And that has created many of these spot development areas. But in the next 10 years, we need to change our thinking so that we can really utilize this area. So utilization should be the focus. So utilization of the land as well as the water itself. So changing the way we think will probably accelerate the movement, and that would be the first step to speed things up. And the warehouse, these are existing buildings, these are memories of the past, and also preserving these will be important. But these are buildings that were built in the faraway past. Sometimes they may not really comply with the current building codes. So then how do we utilize such buildings? Once again, we will have to look at the rules and the exceptions and change the way we think so that we can make it easier to utilize or have new uses for these buildings. The Machiya houses in Kyoto, the houses are being used even if they were built many years before in the past. And I believe that we can have more flexible ways of thinking. And lastly, the Nakagawa Canal area land, the warehousing area and the utilization. Right now, the land is owned by the city, and the Nagoya Port Authority is renting the area from the city. And of course, because it is owned by the city, fixed property tax do not apply here. The rental price is also different from market prices. There are many advantages, and therefore we can say that this creates a lot of potential for the land use. Maybe startup companies can come and utilize this area, or maybe it could be used for art activities, or maybe some interesting commercial facilities could be built. It could be utilized for art and culture. I believe we have conditions set for that. So utilizing these advantages, I'm hoping that utilization will be further be accelerated in the next 10 years to come. And lastly, making sure that this is sustainable. We need to have fans who will support these activities, who will commit in supporting the activities. And also we need to have some financial model to support these activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Tojo-san talked about making exceptions into rules. I hope that you will communicate to people that administration has changed as well, and then we will hear more opinions going forward. Now, Mariyama-san, please. From my side, I have 4 points. First, we all know that information transmission or communication is important, and the information that is communicated should be backed by proud. The region, your region and area should be a source of pride as you share that information. Not only Nakagawa Canal, but Nagoya Pier is a 5-minute walk from the subway station, and there is a bath where the cruisers can call at, and also about 2 million tourists come to Nagoya, which is the third. The Churaumi Aquarium in Okinawa is at the top, but Nagoya Aquarium is the third in Japan. So these are the assets we have, and we should be proud of them. The second, as Tojo-san said, we need to change the exceptions into our rules. I agree with that. And as for regulation of ports and harbors, more than 20 years ago, we have had a system where flexible operation is possible. So the system should be deregulated further. But what I want to say, it may sound contradictory, but we will need a well-modulated commitment as well. How to support the commitment by mechanism? There are different options. For example, we should allow access to the canal, and we should have the canal visible from the coastal area, and also the area should be consistent. And in case of a disaster, people along the canal should work together. Such commitment or promises should be set. And the third point is about the approachability. What I am focusing on this point is a waterborne transportation. The water-based transportation fare is not that high. From Asakusa to Haneda Airport in Tokyo, the Tokyo Bay has the water transport, and there are 60 per day, but every year only 200 to 300,000 people use that water transport. So that might just be a symbolic transport, but if we have that transportation mode, then it will make the canal a destination to visit for people. So that sort of visibility should be there. And Fujimoto-san told me I have to limit my talk to 3 minutes, so I will skip the fourth point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, Professor Matsuo, please. Thank you very much for all the different opinions, and we would like to incorporate what we've heard in the final plan. And as Mr. Tojo has talked about Nagoya City being the trigger point, and also taking the lead and creating these movements is very important. And Professor Hayashi and Mr. Horiba has also talked about many different examples from abroad. These attractive places, by seeing these attractive places, it may change people's mind. So maybe even just one place along the canal, maybe we can have some development which will create the brand for Nakagawa Canal. Maybe that will change the citizens' perspective of the canal. And also, we need to have culture as well as housing incorporated together along the canal. So deregulation and regulation, the balance between the two is very important. Creating regulations, but also deregulating the rigid rules that we have right now, so that we can make this face for Nagoya, which is a brand for Nagoya. And then the Nakagawa Canal could be communicated to the outside world. Right now, under COVID-19, our life and also our city, our houses, we can live anywhere because we can be connected online. So in that sense also, maybe we can create a brand for the Nakagawa Canal so that we can spread the brand, and we can create something like Champs-Élysées along the canal in the end. Thank you.
In closing, Professor Matsuo, if you could summarize the discussion in 3-4 minutes, please. Yes. Nakagawa Canal Town with diverse values. In order to create that, as we all mentioned, first we need the water-based transportation and the various mobility network. And especially water-borne transportation needs to be reinforced, as Tojo-san said. The water-based transportation needs to be strengthened. From Nagoya Port to Nagoya Station, there is an access not only connecting all these different hubs, and not only the vertical transportation, we need the east to west transportation as well, crossing the canal. And in order to fulfill various functions, infrastructure needs to be put in place. And at the same time, the people with diverse values and organizations and entities and actors, we must promote collaboration and coordination among them. And to promote that, systems and mechanisms are created, such as the land use deregulation or special zone creation. In order to create Nakagawa Canal Town, we need to cultivate this feeling that we are one with the citizens. Such atmosphere and sentiment needs to be built. And finally, the revitalization plan of Nakagawa Canal has already been created, but we need the overall concept and vision, and based on that, we can gradually implement the plan, and we must also accelerate our progress. And at the same time, we have to visualize the progress. So wherever we can, we should take one step further again gradually, and then the local residents should be able to see the progress. That will be necessary in order to steadily progress with the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry that I poorly managed time and we had to extend the time. And I believe still we were able to hear only half of what was prepared. But in any case, the private sector, public sector, as well as the academia must get together to discuss, come up with a plan and move forward. I believe that is most important. And as for JAPIC, we will make sure that we play the role in promoting the activities. And finally, this is the proposal that we are making this time. This will be uploaded on our JAPIC webpage shortly. And if you can look at this, once again, if you have any ideas and input, we would like to appreciate any input that you may have. And with this, I'd like to close this panel discussion and hand over the microphone to the Secretariat. Thank you very much for that. With this, we would like to end the JAPIC symposium. As Mr. Fujimoto said, this symposium would be the starting point where we ask you for your input and so that we can move forward smoothly with the compilation of our proposal. And the input that we get from the symposium will be reflected into our proposal, which will be compiled into our proposal within this fiscal year. With this, we'd like to end the JAPIC symposium. The Nakagawa Canal Waterfront Area Revitalization Project will be concluded. Thank you very much for staying with us until the very end.
Thank you very much to all the members of JAPIC. The revitalization vision by JAPIC, I have high expectation toward that vision. Ladies and gentlemen, what did you think about today's program? And this concludes today's program. And tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we will have the session 1, Art and Creativity. From 1:15, we have session 2, Urban Strategy, starting from waterfront. And from 4 p.m., we will have session 3, Waterfront Management, supported by citizens and businesses. All the programs will be live streamed on Zoom and YouTube tomorrow, once again. And please take a look at our website on International Canal Forum for detail. Thank you very much.
Yeah.